to EL1s just due to the nature of the work that we do lead. So there's a big piece in there around the child safeguarding element of our work, because we do work with young people under the age of 18. So having that executive level one, that assistant director experience to ensure that everything we're doing, we do have a child safeguarding element is important. Those assistant directors also lead a lot of engagement across government and that support across government. So we don't just work within our own department. We engage approximately 20 agencies across government and support them. And you can see there's about 14 of us here, so utilising those assistant directors to lead that engagement and have those quite high-level discussions is really important, that we have that level in the Office for Youth to do that and to be able to split that up across both teams.
I mean, I don't want to belabour the point, but I wouldn't have thought you needed to be an executive level to be able to safeguard and look to the welfare of children. But sorry,
yeah. I mean, we can provide some more information on our child safeguarding protocols.
Please do. In relation to the communication specialist that was referenced in the Quan, do they support other areas of the department as well?
So they're in a team that does, the team itself supports the early childhood and youth group, but that person specifically works on the Office for Youth, as we have our own dedicated social media channels and newsletter. So
okay, so that another EL1 who's just dedicated to you.
They pretty much just work on the Office for Youth content.
Is there any? I don't know if this is a question for you, perhaps for the Minister or the department. Are there plans to expand the Office of Youth?
Not at this stage. No.
I'm not aware of expansion plans, but certainly I value the engagement that's being done as part of the program. The engagement strategy is actually called Engage, and I note that they have used one of the younger coalition senators to ask questions about youth as well, which I acknowledge.
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment and not an insult. Chair, I'm done.
Good, thank you very much.
I'd like to ask some questions about you. I will ask.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you. And, we're almost done here, but just want to ask in relation to response to question SQ 24919. We got a breakdown of the cost for a trip to Canberra for the group. It included accommodation for 5 Office for Youth staff, but there were strangely no travel costs associated with those 5. Can you confirm what is the primary location of those staff? Is it Canberra?
This was around the youth consultations or the...
Yes, in Canberra. So have you got that Quan 919? I think that...
Can you just let me know which response, with which question within that you're referring to, sorry?
Yes, Senator, this one had 7 questions.
So
Is it the table at the back? Sorry.
Yes, it is, and...
It's a question about the...
Okay, so the 5 staff, I would have to take on notice, but from memory...
Question 7.
Yeah, from memory, most of those staff are Canberra-based. So the reason that we stay in the hotel is around child safeguarding, so around our protocols.
So they have a supervisory role.
Yeah.
So they've got a supervisory role.
That's right.
Yes, so I believe 4 of the 5 staff are on that supervisory role for that particular meeting.
Okay, no, that makes sense. In the same Quan, you advised that the office is in the process of conducting an evaluation of the Youth Steering Committee. How is that evaluation work being undertaken, and when do you anticipate that it will be completed?
That's in response to question 5. Yeah. So so that evaluation is that we do surveys of the Youth Steering Committee members when they start with us, at the midpoint of their work program, and when they leave, and that's to test a few things, how they find the program.
So they're just engaged for that year?
No, so they're engaged for 2 years, so the midpoint of their program, for that 2-year period. Some of the committee members, though, did finish after 12 months. and then some of the members extended for a further 12 months, and then we brought on new members. So it's those 3 points are when we do survey members. The evaluation, I'd have to come back to your notice about when it's finished and sort of the next steps with it. It's not something that was intended for public. It was something that was intended to help us improve the program and the work plan. We also do a similar evaluation with Australian government agencies that engage with the committee. So agencies can bring a work program to the committee and utilise the committee to provide advice on government policy. And so we test with those officials at the start around their competence and confidence in engaging with young people, and at the end as well. And then we also do a follow-up of what they did and how they used that advice and the effect that it has had. In terms of public reporting, the Engage strategy does have the measurement and evaluation framework, and so that was launched March this year, and so it's expected that reporting will happen next year, and the Youth Steering Committee is a part of that strategy, so we'll be a part of that reporting.
Okay. Does the objective of the 2022-24 Youth Steering Committee was to develop and deliver Engage, which was released earlier this year. What's the new objective of the current committee?
So the current committee is to implement Engage, as well as to work on government priorities that come to the Office for Youth, so requests from government to work with it. In terms of implementing Engage, we have tested with the committee where they would like to focus. There are a number of actions and initiatives under that. They're working at the moment on the Youth Forum, the design of the National Youth Survey and the toolkit. They're particularly interested in the capability uplift piece of the Australian Public Service, and that's the toolkit. The Youth Forum, they're engaged in the program design and then the running of the forum, including attendance and outcomes that they want it to achieve, and that follow-up post-forum to ensure that those outcomes will be achieved. And then the survey, its design, and then the push out of that survey and response to it.
Regarding the Youth Forum that was held this year, the office advised that you'd be sharing an update with attendees on how their discussions, ideas and solutions are being considered by relevant agencies.
Yes.
Has that occurred?
No, so we'll share that update. We committed to sharing it between the 6 and the 12-month mark, just based on where the outcomes were at. Because they were longer-term policy pieces, we didn't want to share the updates too soon before their advice had a chance to hit. However, if you like, I can give you sort of where we're at with some of it.
I probably don't have time actually to go, unless it's quick. Sorry,
I can be very quick. So just on the climate piece, the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, they're taking the ideas and advice that was provided through the forum to consider the role the Australian government might have in addressing land use and competition. It's been particularly valuable to that department in supporting the development of the Net Zero Plan and Agriculture and Land Sector Plan, especially when considering the overlap between tackling climate change and enhancing nature and biodiversity. And then the Department of Health and Aged Care have just given us an interim update as well that they've released the Digital Mental Health Program grant opportunity. The grant opportunity will enable all people living in Australia to access mental health supports via digital platforms, and the insights from the youth participation at the forum will be considered as part of the service development through that grant opportunity.
Okay. In terms of, just back to that, for the question I asked, when will you be providing that? So I know you want to have more of a longitudinal view of it, but when? Before
the next National Youth Forum, we'll provide it back. At this stage, we're looking at...
Which is due when?
It'll be likely Q1 next year. That's sort of the timing, but no decisions have yet been made exactly when.
Okay. So they'll expect to get it before that. And will that be made public?
We haven't taken a decision on that, but given it's going out to youth participants, it's not something that would be closed. Yeah, it's not going to be a confidential document. Yeah.
Well, can I ask in advance if you to provide that to us? we might have to ask again later, but if you can proactively
We can
provide
certainly
that to us.
update the committee when it comes closer.
I did just skip one question that I want to just go back to, just in relation to those costs.
For the March meeting?
For the March meeting. So the cost breakdown also included travel and accommodation for 2 children?
Yes.
I assume
So
they're
they
not
were
on the committee.
They were so some of our participants are young parents, and so it was the cost of bringing their children along with them so that they could participate in the meeting.
Okay, what was the age of those children?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice. I do believe one was in early primary school and one was certainly pre-primary school age.
Right, and what's the rationale for, I mean, I understand the care responsibilities, but what's the rationale for having a participant that's
effectively not for
requiring
excluding anyone from being able to participate in the program. So by being able to help, in this case it was 2 young mothers, to have their children come with them, it meant that they were able to participate in the program. Otherwise, due to their responsibilities as mothers and carers, they wouldn't have been able to come across. So we do operate with our youth participation that we aim to provide accessibility supports that wouldn't exclude anyone on the basis of their personal circumstances from coming to Canberra, including covering all costs and in being accessible to circumstances of young parents as other accessibility circumstances.
And the program went for 3 nights, 5 nights?
It was, I think, in total, there were 2 separate groups coming, but most youth participants stayed 2 to 3 nights. The Office for Youth was there for longer because we were there for the outgoing groups and the incoming groups.
Sure, I see. But so for the groups, these were 2 children of people that were participants of the group?
Yes, yeah.
Not Office?
No, not the Office for Youth. Yep, youth participants from the advisory groups.
Okay, and they were, how many nights was their accommodation charged?
I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you, just because some people stayed long.
And I want to be clear, I'm not asking for any details of individuals.
Yeah. Some people just stayed longer just due to where they lived and flights. But I'd have to take on notice exactly for those.
Okay.
And just to add to that, Ms Sandlin's comments there, some people had to stay longer because of those flights, and also it meant that our people had to stay longer as well, so because they had to support those people. So that might, show why some of that was a bit longer as well, depending on the age of that person.
Right, and so was childcare then arranged for those minders, for those children?
Both of
or
those.
Were they in the groups?
They had carers that came along with them as well. To look after them during.
And were the costs covered for those carers?
Yes.
Okay. Did that include any wages or
no,
just private?
Just flights and accommodation.
Okay. That's me, Chair.
Good. Thanks very much, Senator Hodgkins-May.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Twyman, while you're still up there, I might just ask one more question following on from my earlier questions around the contract between the Department of Education and KU Children's Services. We talked about the fact that the variation will end on the 30th of June and the department's still considering what will happen after that date. Are you able to provide some information around what steps the department's taking to ensure that the provider of this service is delivering the best value for money?
So we have a range of, I'm hoping this will answer your question. We have a range of, functions within the department around contract management and around ensuring that the providers are providing value for money but also quality of service. And that includes monitoring through the contract, so monitoring the milestones and making sure that they are being met, and working with them to ensure that that's occurring. We are also, within the Inclusion Support Programme, we in the department are the delegate for financial decisions, so we ensure that that is done according to those delegations and in tandem with the work that they are providing us, so we're satisfied to make those decisions. And in terms of other performance areas, we have regular contract management meetings with KU, and we do call to attention where there are areas that are of concern, and we do work through together what those solutions to those might be.
Thank you. And is there anything that could be provided to us to understand where those discussions that have been had and where maybe sometimes performance is being questioned, delivery, that review of that contract? Is there any information that you're able to provide to us around those benchmarks and service delivery?
We could certainly take that on notice. We could certainly... a lot of that conversation would be fairly confidential to the contract, but we could certainly have a look at what details can be shared around the contract more broadly. Specific conversations may be difficult, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I might move on now to closing the gap and ask that my letter and signatures to be tabled. Is it correct that the Early Years Support Pilot Program is doing significant work in supporting and growing the Aboriginal workforce in ACO early education centres and contributing significantly to the government's commitment to priority reform 2 under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap?
So, Senator, the Early Years Support Program, just waiting for documents to come around here, dodging. I know, just make sure I don't get hit.
So just before we go any further, just because you're getting the documents, I want just, for higher ed, what we'll do is we'll go to dinner early, so after Senator is finished, then we'll go early, and then we'll do a higher ed when we come back. It's a bit of an indication to everyone so that people working up there.
Around 7-ish or so? Sorry, just to help.
Yeah, around. Oh, it'll be a little bit after 7, but I'll wait and see how I don't want to rush.
Cool.
But also want to encourage efficient.
Yes. Noted.
So, Senator, the Early Years Support Program that you're referring to is a program that sat in under the National Indigenous Australians Agency. It is one that has a range of partners, obviously SNAIC being the primary one who leads that. We've had several conversations with SNAIC, as I know others have, around the program itself. Its current funding arrangement ends at the end of December of the end of this year. And in terms of any continuation of that program, that would be a decision for government about both if it continued and in what form it continued.
Thank you. And so perhaps, Minister, are you able to provide advice on when the government will make a decision on the future of this program, which is clearly making a difference in the lives and outcomes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children?
Thanks, Senator. My understanding is this is a NIA-led program, so the questions would best be directed to them in terms of future funding.
I've got a letter to Ministers McCarthy and Ali to table that has been tabled, signed by many of the Aboriginal community-controlled centres by Early Years Support, asking for the service to continue. The ministers have also met with some of these services, so are aware of the valuable work that Early Years Support provides. Minister, can you provide any assurance that the 72 services supported by the Early Years Support and the many more who could be supported under the EYS expansion, that it will be funded after December?
Look, what I am aware of is that Minister McCarthy is aware of the program and believes that it's working well. So obviously it'll be a matter for a government decision in the future, but she does believe it is a worthwhile program.
She what? Sorry, she believes
does believe it's been a worthwhile program.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions around the closure of Gardiner Preschool. I'd like to table the document sent to the Secretariat. Thank you, you've done that. Great. On the 7th of October, I wrote to the Minister for Education, Jason Clare, and Minister for Early Childhood Education, Minister Ali, regarding the imminent closure of Gardiner Preschool, urging the government to take action to ensure the centre continues to operate at its current location. My office has heard from multiple families about their deep anxiety about this centre closing. Minister, what has the government done to stop the closure of Gardiner Preschool?
I hadn't seen this before, sorry, Senator Hodgins, mate. I don't know if the department had any.
Sorry, Senator, we're just reading through. I'm not aware of the Gardner Preschool specifically. What I would say in terms of preschool, and specifically standalone kindergartens or preschools, depending on where you are in the country around that, the primary funder for that is state and territory government, and so responsibilities around where they're established and primary funding arrangements are actually a matter for states. The Commonwealth, through the Preschool Reform Agreement, does contribute funding towards that to support the 15 hours per week or 1,600 hours per year in the year before full-time school, so specifically for 4-year-olds. But in terms of specific decisions around where they are located or continuity of those services, that is a matter for state and territory government. But as I said, I haven't seen anything specifically around Gardner Preschool more broadly, so I'm certainly not aware of any correspondence that may or may not have come from ministers around it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I sent the letter over a month ago and haven't had a response yet from the minister, but really we're hoping, and the community's hoping, that the government will engage in talks with Stonnington Council and the Uniting Church to prevent the closure of Gardner Preschool. It's a valued community-run centre and really ties into, I think, the government's ambition of universal high-quality childcare. So there's deep concerns in the community about that, and I'd be grateful if the department could follow up. And the minister.
Are state-run though.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, okay.
But there is a role I think federal government can do in advocacy and potentially funding the purchase of that building. Anyway, the correspondence there, it's been sent on the 6th of October, I believe, 7th of October. Now, I know before I asked about CCS entitlements, I'm going to ask this, and perhaps you'll direct me to Services Australia, but I believe that the committee did tell us that this was the right forum to ask these questions. Is it correct that the government withholds 5% of childcare subsidy entitlements until the end of each financial year?
That is correct, Senator, as a base entitlement, so that when reconciliation happens at the end of the year, if it's reconciled and there is money owed to the family, that is paid back. If it's found that there was a debt because income was underestimated, then that contributes to payment of whatever the debt amount would be. That can be varied, but that is what is set as a standard rate.
And is there sort of an average amount that's withheld from families, or it's based on percentage?
The most common amount would be the 5% that's there.
Does the department receive complaints about this 5% withholding? Is it something that's...
We haven't, Senator. I know there was a small amount of commentary in the Productivity Commission report around it. I'd be having to make some assumptions about whether they received feedback from families on it. But because we deal with providers and not families, families would be dealing with Services Australia. If there was commentary, it would be going to Services Australia. Looking at the back here, but I don't believe it has come up in any of our bilateral meetings as something that's coming through as complaints from families around that.
Thank you. Just one more on childcare deserts. Across the country, 1 in 4 people don't have access to early childhood education and care because of where they live. You'd know many parents and their kids are on multiple waiting lists, missing out on early years education because they can't secure childcare. Minister, has the government identified childcare deserts that could be prioritised to increase supply?
I'm happy for the department to add to that one, Senator.
Yeah.
Senator, we wouldn't refer to them as deserts in that sense. The conversation or the commentary that came through from the ACCC covers probably the same thing around underserved or unserved markets. In terms of the support to look at what might be done, the program that Ms Twyman referred to earlier around the Community Childcare Fund Round 4, a large portion of where that money will have gone will have been to address underserved or unserved markets, so to establish new services or to expand the services that are there. Certainly in what we're seeing across the broader ECEC sector, we can see that the number of places has increased by about 39,000 over the last year, so we can see there has been growth, and that's growth across all regions. And so in terms of the response to address waiting lists, the sector is doing some of that response. Some of the programs that Ms Twyman referred to will cover some of the others. We know there's a bit of work in states and territories that are also filling that. But yes, we are aware that there is commentary from families and providers around the need to increase supply, and the Productivity Commission and ACCC certainly made commentary on that as well.
And is there any information about how many and where those centres are, where those I can't recall the language that you used. I'll say deserts. Is there any information you can provide to us?
Senator, we will take that on notice. I suspect the current mapping is the one that was done by the ACCC, and the reason that they're deliberately distinguishing that is because unserved would be where there is nothing to access. Underserved, you can have a metro area where actually particular cohorts cannot access. And so just trying to distinguish, particularly with the Mitchell Institute and the way they might look at that is sometimes the absence is not a complete absence of any ECEC, it's actually about appropriate ECEC as well.
Yeah, thank you. And look, in interest of time, I'll make this my last question, and it might go back to my correspondence to the Minister about Gardner Preschool. Is the government offering any funding for capital works to councils and ACCOs to expand their operations in areas designated as childcare deserts or underserved, unserved?
So beyond what we have in the Community Childcare Fund program, we don't have any capital programs or anything that the Department of Education runs for this, no.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. We'll now break until 5 to 7.
Yeah, I'm just checking ANU.
And then we'll come back with higher education.
And all the agencies, everyone, ANU and the 2 agencies as well?
Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
Yep. We're going to need to...
Let's get underway. Just to Senator Roberts very briefly, and then I'll go to Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. During our ACARA session, they wanted to know what references I was citing, so I'd like to table these 2 references that were cited.
Yep. Thanks, thanks, Senator. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, everyone. Minister, I might start with you. How many university staff will lose their jobs because of your government's reckless international student caps?
Thanks, Senator Faruqi. Obviously, the government inherited a mess when it come to the role that the previous government had played in regards to international students. We've had a number of inquiries now that had uncovered that there were rorts and people being mistreated as part of that process. That's why we've gone down the path that we have in terms of the international student numbers. It's been a thorough process that has been led by the department, but we're confident that the health of the international sector will be maintained, that will restore integrity to it so that those people who come here have a good experience as well, and that the institutions can do so on a sustainable level. So that's what we've been seeking to achieve as part of that process. There's been a lot of damage done to universities by the previous government. We're doing our best to fix that, but we're always upfront with the Accord process that we were never going to be able to fix that in one go. It was going to take time, and I think given the issues that we're dealing with at the moment, if people have lost sight of what we're trying to do as part of the Accord process, but I'm hopeful once we hopefully get that legislation passed in regards to international students and people see the opportunity that the Accord will be able to deliver, that there will be an optimistic and bright future for higher education that's going to set it up for the next decades to come.
So you don't have any modelling or forecasting on how many job losses will occur, and yet you want to move ahead with this bill? Do you have any modelling or forecasting on how many job losses will occur?
Well, what we're confident of, Senator Faruqi, is that the higher education sector will thrive into the future.
It's a very simple, straightforward question, Minister. Sorry. Do you have any modelling on forecasting on how many job losses will occur because of this really terrible international student caps decision that you have made?
Well, I'm happy for the department to add to this if they wish, but I reiterate, Senator Faruqi, that we are very confident that there is a bright future for higher education. We understand the significant role that international education plays as part of that, both for our nation from an economic point of view, but also for those people who come and study and have a good experience. And we want them to continue to have that good experience when they come and study. And I think that wasn't being delivered under what had happened under our predecessors. We're fixing that. As well as setting higher education up for the future.
But they're not going to have a good experience when they are being used as cash cows and now being scapegoated for the housing crisis.
Can I just sorry, so there's not. I didn't mean to break. Can I just? Senator Faruqi is asking the questions. I do give a fair bit of leeway when people. I try not to give too much leeway, but a bit of leeway when people are yelling out from their own side. As you know, barracking for the question that's being asked. But Senator Faruqi's asking the questions here. It is her time. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Universities Australia Minister are expecting, that's their analysis, 14,000 job losses. Do you agree with that figure?
Well, what we are focused on, Senator Faruqi, is ensuring the sustainability of the sector and universities into the future. That's what was started as part of the Accord process. That's what we've been focused on in dealing with international education, both restoring integrity, ensuring sustainability of numbers, and then being confident that the university sector will thrive into the future and setting it up for decades ahead.
14,000 people losing their jobs, Minister.
That's what we're focused on. That's what we intend on delivering on, and we're confident that the university higher education sector will thrive into the future.
Well, it's not going to thrive when 14,000 jobs are lost, and those people who lose their jobs are not going to thrive either. In just the last fortnight, we have heard the following. Macquarie Uni, announcing 200 job losses. The University of Canberra will sack at least 200 staff. University of Wollongong will cut 200 to 300 teaching and research jobs. James Cook University in Townsville will cut 50 jobs. University of Southern Queensland will cut 60 jobs. University of Wollongong will cut 137 jobs. We're looking at more than 1,000 workers losing their jobs across 7 universities just in the last few months because of government changes to international student regulation. Does that concern you, Minister, or does that concern the Department of Education? Does that concern you, Minister?
We know that universities have been going through some tough times for the last few years. There's been jobs losses that have been happened over the course of the last 5 years, and that's been a result of our predecessors and the neglect that they applied to universities in this country. They left them in such a terrible state that we've had such a big job to actually fix those challenges. That's what we've been doing. That's what we've been systematically going about.
Now, Minister, you are in government now. This is your legislation, which is leading to thousands upon thousands of job cuts. Does that concern you?
I reject that, Senator.
Well, you can reject that. That's the reality in front of us. And the past government, has nothing to be proud of either. I will give you that. But you are in government now. This is your bill. Do you know, Minister, how much will the international student caps cost the economy?
What we know is that we need to get the international student numbers down to a sustainable level. That's what this process has been about. It's been one where we've been in thorough negotiation with the higher education sector. It's also one that we are confident will deliver a sustainable model for international student numbers into the future, so that universities know that they can rely on those numbers and that those people who come will have a good experience and won't be exploited.
Just so that you can have a politically motivated migration policy, you're throwing the economy, you're throwing international students, and you're throwing universities under the bus. So it seems to me you have no modelling or forecasting on the total financial loss across the universities as well. If I could turn to the department, the Vice-Chancellor of Sydney University has recently said that the department's published estimate of 17,247 new international students at Sydney University in 2024, which was provided to the Parliament last month, overstated its new overseas student starts by more than 3,000. Is that correct?
So, Senator, thank you for the question. I believe that was provided in June, not last month. It was based on a question at the time in order of production of documents. And based on the data that we had in June, that was our projection, every month that number would change because every month we have new data. So Sydney University is talking about a June data set. We use our projections based on what the inflow of international students was in semester 1 this year. That inflow, we believe, has slowed in semester 2 this year. So if the question was asked now, we would have a different number because we'd have more data to actually make that judgment.
What's that different number?
I don't know what the different number is. I'm sorry, Senator.
Senator, we've agreed with Sydney University that the forecast, if we were doing the forecast now, which was clearly labelled as a preliminary estimate in the material produced to the Senate, if we were doing that number now, it would be 3,000 students less. And that really reflects, as the Secretary has said, changing patterns of growth in student numbers that they're experiencing between 2023 and 2024. It's very relevant, I think, to the question you're asking, that the 2024 preliminary estimates that the Senate requested and that we provided as required had no impact at all on Sydney University's international student profile limit.
Or the caps either, even though it was off by 25%?
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't off by 25%. Sorry, Senator, just to correct you, it was off by...
You said 35% growth year on year when the actual growth is less than 10%.
Sorry, I misunderstood your line of reasoning. Sorry, the number was 3,000, which was a fall from 17,247 to 13,563, which is not 25%, which was where we got confused, I think. But that number is not part of the methodology used to calculate Sydney University's international student profile for 2025. Well, it's not at the current time. Obviously, it depends on passage of the legislation.
But the whole premise of this policy is based on reducing international student numbers, right? So the international students' numbers that you were predicting were off anyway. They're much lower than what you had predicted. I would like to know if that's the case for other universities as well, and have you looked at it?
Senator, the premise of the policy is not simply to reduce
well, that's what the minister said to me 3 or 4 times at least.
I believe I heard the minister talking about the sustainability of the international student sector over the medium term. The premise of the policy is about sustainability over time. It is true that for some, but not all universities, if we were doing a 2024 estimate now, it would be a little bit lower. For a couple of universities, quite a lot lower, including Sydney. For other universities, they're actually a little bit up on the estimate that we did in 2024. That's the nature of a forecast. If you do a forecast of the full year activity in June, you are by definition going to be a little bit inaccurate. If you do it in August, you'll be a bit more accurate. If you do it in October, you'll be a bit more accurate again.
Could you provide those universities who you said were a lot higher than you had predicted in June? The data from this year's World University Rankings, Minister, provides serious warning signs to Australian universities, with our leading universities stumbling down in world rankings. Many in the sector are really worried that the forthcoming new international student caps, which former Labour Minister Kim Carr calls bad policy, that's former Labour Minister Kim Carr, and that it will diminish Australia's reputation as having an open and intensely internationally facing education sector. Minister, given all of this, why are you adamant on pushing through with these caps and using students and universities, both international students and universities, as political footballs?
Well, that's not what we're seeking to do, Senator Faruqi.
But that is exactly what is happening. If you had listened into the inquiry that happened on this bill, literally every single witness who gave evidence said exactly what I am saying, that this is bad, this is politically motivated, this is a political smokescreen, they're using universities as political footballs, and there is absolutely no reason to push ahead with this policy. So why are you?
Because we believe it's important to get those numbers down to sustainable levels. We also believe it's important for the integrity of the system, and you've got to remember that there were 2 reviews conducted that highlighted those rorts and the way that people were treated as a basis for this. We also have talked repeatedly in this estimates committee about the work of the Universities Accord, and the Minister was very upfront from the beginning that we could not fix all those problems we inherited in one go. It was going to take time, and that's what we have sought out to do. That's why we've been making a series of announcements over time that will impact and help. Obviously, what we did on the weekend in regards to student debt and loan help repayments are part of that. And it is going to be ongoing work to set up the higher education sector for decades to come. We all agree that it is an important sector for us. We want it to thrive. That's what this government is seeking to achieve.
Minister, just going to another topic, your government had recently made some announcements on other higher education changes. It has announced that it will cut 20% of student debt. But there is a big asterisk with this announcement, that you'll only cut 20% of student debt if you win the next election. Is that right? Is that the proviso?
Well, obviously it was an announcement that was made by the Prime Minister on the weekend, and the reality is that there is an election due in months. So given the amount of legislation that we need to pass in higher education, I know what we need to get passed before the end of the year, Senator Faruqi. I think that that is the reality.
Minister, the government has introduced the legislation to an announcement they also made in the last couple of days, which is fee-free TAFE places That legislation was introduced today. So why are you holding desperately needed student debt relief to ransom like this? And what is really stopping you from introducing this legislation? There's pieces of legislation introduced every single day, some which were not even expected. Why won't the government do this today and provide those with student debt the relief that they need now in a cost of living crisis?
I think it's a significant announcement, Senator Faruqi, and I think it's one that will be welcomed by people around the country who do have incurred a debt and are facing those challenges in terms of repayment. Obviously, in terms of the priorities of the government, there's a lot of things that we've had that we still need to legislate before this parliament finishes. We know the clock is ticking on that in terms of the amount of sitting weeks that we have to pass that legislation. So there are a number of competing priorities in terms of passing legislation, particularly in higher education at the moment.
National Union of Students President dismissed the HECS changes as little more than an attempt to win back voters. Are you holding off on giving much needed student debt relief to people because you think it will help win more votes?
No, Senator Faruqi. We obviously govern in the national interest, and that these changes, I think, will be welcomed by young people because they will make, well, not just young people, but anyone with a debt, because it will make a significant difference for them. We've had countless questions in this committee about these very issues. So I think it is a significant announcement by the government. It is one that I'm confident will be welcomed by the community, and it will make a significant difference for those that have been impacted.
In the media release announcing the policy, the Prime Minister states, "This will help everyone with a student debt right now." But that's not really correct, though, because it will only help students next year and only on the condition that the government is voted back in.
Well, I think the people will be optimistic that it will make a difference and give them confidence that if they are studying, that their debt will be lower and that their repayments will be once they're earning more money as well. So I think it will be welcomed by people who are going to be impacted by this policy. And at the end of the day, if we have more people studying and achieving a higher education or TAFE qualifications, that's a great thing for the country.
Of course it is, but you're in government now. Why won't you do it now? The Prime Minister also said, no matter where you live or how much your parents earn, my government will work to ensure the doors of opportunity are open for you. But you're not going to open those doors till July next year and only if you win. Why are you keeping these doors locked for so many, like 3 million people in this country?
Well, that's not the case, Senator Faruqi. Obviously, you make these announcements. They do take time to be implemented, as we've seen. So 1 July 2025 would be the logical first date for it to start, which is what the Prime Minister announced.
Okay, I'm moving on to another topic, so maybe in the next round then.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the committee. I just wanted to follow up with some questions on ESOS bill. And to start with, I was just wondering if you think it's appropriate to be asking universities to comply with proposed international student caps for 2025 when the legislation hasn't actually passed the Parliament. Was that reporting wrong, or is...
Senator, that reporting is not correct. We have not instructed universities to do anything. We have certainly not jumped ahead of the legislation. All of the conversations that we've had with universities have been very much in the context that there's legislation before the Senate. We don't know yet in what form the Senate will pass that legislation, what form the Parliament will pass that legislation. We've been very clear with them about that. There was a particular news report referencing one provider that caused me some concern on this very issue because the reporting was inaccurate.
Okay, thank you. That's good to clarify. Thank you very much for that. And given that, the legislation, this will still apply for 2025 semester one intake?
That's the government's intention, Senator.
So it's getting pretty... 7th of November, that's getting pretty tight.
It is, Senator. We've taken some steps in the context that we're always very clear about the fact that it's subject to passage, we've taken some steps to get ready ourselves, and we've taken some steps to make sure we've communicated effectively with providers so that they know what is expected of them if passage of the legislation, when passage of the legislation is secured. So, for example, last week I think there was new technology deployment released that showed providers their limit, the number of certificates of enrolment out in relation to that year, and the number of spots under their limit that are currently used, which obviously at the moment is 0 because we haven't hit 2025 yet. But that technology says very clearly on every screen that it's all subject to the passage of legislation.
It seems like we've put you in a pretty tough spot as a department to have to go out to say to universities who are stressed about a bill, say, you're going to have to make these changes, maybe subject to the bill. We currently think it'll look like this, but it could change, but be ready. How's that going for staff?
Well, it's not straightforward for anyone, Senator, let's be honest about that, but the reality is that happens from time to time in the business of government, where a department is asked to implement something that is subject to the passage of legislation. That's a reasonably ordinary thing to happen across government. So it's not causing us particular existential stress, if I can put it like that, but it is obviously causing some challenges, in particular for providers who are making decisions at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And what's the latest data you have in terms of total international student numbers for this year, 2024?
Ms Sandercock might be able to go to that.
I can. Karen Sandercock, First Assistant Secretary, International. Senator, the current student numbers, and these are year-to-date August for 2024, we have 803,000 international students. I mean, to be precise, Senator, 803,639 international students.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I couldn't hear that either. 803,639 international students, excuse me.
And so the proposed cap for 2025 is 270,000, is that correct?
That is the proposed new overseas student commencement. Yes. It's slightly different, Senator. The 803,000 figure I gave you, that's actual students. The count that is being used in relation to the bill currently before the Parliament goes to new overseas student commencements, students who will start a first course at a new provider next year. And so a subset.
So to have a comparable number, how many were in that cohort in 2024?
We can provide that, Senator.
I might have to come to you on notice, I think, with the specifics of that one.
I think we can help.
Oh, you've got it? Yep.
2024, so the 2023 number on a comparable basis, on a nearly comparable basis, sorry to be more precise, of new overseas student commencements was 265,000, give or take. The 2024 number, which is year-to-date August, was 251,000.
251,000 in 2024.
So obviously 2023 year-to-date August was 265. Yep. 2024 year-to-date was 251.
And 2024 was do you have a projected? What was it projected to be without Ministerial Directive 107?
We would have to take that on notice.
We don't forecast enrolment, Senator.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And I had just a few questions about the R&D research review. Thank you for that.
That may be Department of Industry are running that review, Senator. Happy to take any questions you might have, but we're actually not running that review.
Okay.
It's the Department of Industry and whatever other their names are. Should know, shouldn't I? Thank you, Diza.
Right.
They're responsible for that review with a different minister.
Okay. I might just finish up on ESOS then. I can go to... Sorry. You'd been sitting for a while. I just wanted to let you stand for apologies. Treasury told me yesterday that there would continue to be growth in student numbers in 2025. Is that what you're expecting? What that 803,639, how many do you expect to graduate, and what will that mean with the 270,000 joining that cohort?
Senator, if I can, there was significant growth in international student numbers in 21, 22, 23. That has been flowing through the system. Obviously, a student that starts in 2021 may graduate in 2023, 24, 25. So even with the new arrangements in place that really focus on commencements, some of that flow through will still take place. There's also a range of more unpredictable factors at play about if a student stays and does another course at the same provider, that kind of thing. And that's reflected in onshore student visa holders applying to do another qualification. So it is true that the current high levels of international student numbers will persist for some time into 2025. At one level, that has some. That means that, for example, on the revenue front, that means that international education providers have some cushioning from any immediate challenge. It's worth stating, I think, that 23, I think, of the public universities have an international student profile that is higher than the 2023 number, and almost all of them have an international student profile that's higher than the 2019 number. So there are a range of things going on in terms of university financial sustainability. There's no doubt about that. The Minister's talked about that. Senator Faruqi's talked about that. But international student numbers are in no way the only thing that's going on in that situation, and in some cases are not a factor at all. Yeah. And in many of the announcements that were referred to earlier, there's been no discussion of international student numbers in the announcements. So there is that flow, to your original question, there is that flow-through effect.
So do you have a projected total 2025 number?
No, we don't, Senator. As Ms Sandercock said earlier, we don't try and forecast on that. There are too many moving variables. The thing that we can manage, and the reason why the legislation is framed around managing commencements is that is the thing that can be managed in a more managed system.
Can I just ask, looking at these numbers you've given me, 2024, 251,000, a cap of 270,000, which is an increase for next year, based on these figures. And given that so many universities are in a bit of a hole at the moment here in the ACT, ANU's trying to find 200 million odd to cut tens of millions at the University of Canberra. Are you concerned that universities who desperately need to be able to sort of plan for that 270, whatever their share is, probably won't even meet that, and we're going to see further cuts and sort of shedding of jobs in the university sector, given, and I know I've been having this out with DISA earlier around just the shocking sort of level of research funding in Australia at the moment. So what's the department's thinking around how that will potentially play out, given the Canadian experience, given what we've seen with Ministerial Directive 107, given what we've seen with increased visa application fees?
Senator, we're seeing no evidence of a fall-off in university demand. Indeed, we do have data on that, and this year compared to last year, universities are about 10% ahead of the same time last year. That's the best evidence we have of what's currently happening in the system, and that evidence shows that enrolments are healthy. And just in case I managed to mislead you earlier, Senator, the 2023 number that I gave you of, I've lost my page now.
265,000.
That was an August year-to-date number. So the full 2023 number is 323,089.
Okay.
So 270 is a reduction compared to 2023, but that's a reduction right across vet and higher education. For higher education, the breakdown of that 270 is that for higher education, it's more or less on par with 2023.
Okay. Thank you. Just finally, can I ask a question about Commonwealth supported places for the ANU Medical School?
Sure.
Is that, I understand that the ANU, with support of the AC government, New South Wales government, has written to Minister Clare seeking an increase in the number of Commonwealth supported places for the ANU Medical School. Has the department seen that request?
Senator, I haven't,
but
but Ms Hartman or Ms Morton may know about that.
Madonna Morton, First Assistant Secretary, Higher Education Division. Senator, I haven't seen the correspondence, no.
Haven't seen it. Okay. So you haven't seen it, and you obviously haven't been in touch.
No, Senator.
Okay. Well, I'll have to chase that up with the Minister's office then. It seems pretty critical, given where we're at as a territory, with everyone sitting here would know how hard it is to get to a GP. So thank you. That's disappointing, but good to know. Appreciate it. Thanks, Chair.
Very much. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening to you all. I wanted to firstly ask you about the ESOS bill. I have to firstly place on the record, Minister, your characterisation of the impact on the university sector, that it's all the fault of the coalition government, is a complete and utter joke. The sector is in crisis. And if you think the universities are in crisis, consider what this is doing to the private providers, both in vet and higher education. Many of them are facing insolvency, bankruptcy, collapse, serious financial consequences, the loss of their homes. And I firstly want to ask Mr Rimmer, to you, I'm concerned about the answer you gave earlier to Senator Pocock. The department in its PRISMS system has stated that, yes, these caps are subject to the passing of legislation. I understand that. But anyone who's been given a cap cannot enrol any students above that cap. Isn't that correct?
No, Senator, that's not correct. There is no limit in the system at the moment. We've given people information about the limits that would apply if the legislation is passed in the current form, and if the government's policy position stays the same about how limits are distributed. But we have not, there is no limit coded into the system at the moment.
Okay, so what happens if someone, say with a cap of 50, enrolls 5,000 students?
Senator, at the moment they're able to do that. The law of the land entitles them to do that.
And the cap won't operate retrospectively?
Senator, the cap will operate, if the legislation is passed in its current form, the cap will operate from the 1st of January 2025. and all providers who are close to the limit that would apply if the legislation is passed are well aware of the fact that they are close to that limit.
No, but that's a different proposition. So what I'm asking is, would the legislation operate retrospectively with respect to providers which have enrolled above their notional cap?
Senator, I have to disagree with your characterisation of retrospectivity. The limit applies to new students who meet certain conditions and who start their course on or after the 1st of January 2025.
I understand that. But so, what happens to those providers? Like the example I gave, the provider who has a cap of 50, what happens if that provider enrolls 5,000, which that provider can do quite lawfully at the moment?
Well, Senator, we're certainly not saying any numbers even approximating that degree of disparity.
What happens if they enrol 100? Please explain what happens.
Sure. I'm very happy to explain it.
What happens where a provider has lawfully enrolled more students than their notional cap?
Senator, when the legislation comes into effect, assuming it takes its current form, every new commencement after that date counts towards a limit. So literally on the 1st of January, that number is 0. On the 15th of January, that number might be 5. On the 30th of January, that number might be 10. The provider's limit might be 50. It will take the provider some months to get anywhere near their limit, unless there's a particular provider with a business model out there that all the students start on the 1st of January.
Right, so I'm just going to cut to the chase here because I don't think you're understanding my question. For a provider that's been given a cap of 50, using a more realistic example, if that provider enrolls between now and 31 December 100 new commencements, what happens to that additional 50, those additional 50?
Well, Senator, the legislation will, if passed, the legislation will prevent them commencing the 51st enrolment.
So it is effectively operating retrospectively?
I wouldn't agree with that characterisation.
Right, okay. Have you had advice about that?
Yes, Senator.
Could we have a copy of that advice, please?
Senator, I'll take that on notice.
Well, that's important because I expect the bill will be in the Parliament in the next sitting week, so if that could be provided. Is there anyone that's got that advice tonight that you can hand over?
It's not something we've come prepared for.
The total new overseas student commencement cap is 270,000, yet there are a number of exempt categories. ELICOS in 2023 had 89,186 commencements. Non-award courses, 24,000, roughly. Schools are exempt. There were 7,900 in 2023. Higher degree by research, there were 6,991 commencements in 23. And Pacific and Timor-Leste students are also exempt. That's another 5,000 or so. And then, of course, there's the transnational education student commencements and the foreign scholarship holders. So just excluding those last two categories because we don't know what they are, but based on the exempt categories from 2023, this equals 403,875 new commencements if you rely on the 2023 figures. So are they the sorts of numbers that we're going to see coming?
Senator, I can't do the maths in my head to validate those numbers, but a large number of the students that you're talking about in those categories come for quite short periods of time. So, for example, non-award courses are often study abroad arrangements, 3 months, kind of 4 months, that kind of thing. ELICOS courses are often pretty short in duration. Or they are low numbers and predictable numbers, like schools and research. Or in the case of research, they have significant other benefits to the community.
But you'd accept in rough terms, I'm happy, I've obviously read them out, but if you look at the 2023 enrolment numbers, where if we were to expect something similar we were we would be looking at in excess of 400,000 new commencements. So how is that going to bring down immigration in this country?
So, Senator, those numbers generally aren't included in the net overseas migration numbers.
No, I know that, but I'm just talking about the total number of students who would be commencing in 2025.
But
so
those,
you've got the 270,000 cap, but then there's all these other categories of students who are exempt. And if you add them all up, based on the 2023 numbers, we're looking at well in excess of 400,000 students.
And some of those students are here for 4 weeks. And
Well,
so the point I'm making is they're not part of the calculation in terms of the work going forward
I
because
understand
they're
that,
not included in the norm.
Secretary. But a lot of ELICOS students go on to do other courses in this country that a lot of them don't just stay for 4 weeks.
Well,
So that's-
if they... Sorry.
You're right, you beat me to it. You go.
If they do, Senator, then they will
count.
count as part of the 270.
If they go on and apply for
Yes, that's right.
another sort of course, I realise
Yeah,
that.
that's
But do you accept that we're looking at, if you count all those other exempt categories, we're looking at very large numbers of commencements all the same, and you haven't also provided the definition of foreign scholarship holders. Do you know what's the anticipated number of foreign scholarship holders and what's the definition of a foreign scholarship holder?
Senator, we don't have the detail on the numbers that you've just asked for, but the definition of TNE and the definition of foreign government scholarship holders is now public. There's a fact sheet available on our website that tells providers and others what those definitions are for the purposes of the exemption. But to go back to your core question...
Sorry, is this not going to be in the legislation?
Sorry,
What legislation?
Which part of what?
Well,
sorry.
the
definition of... You said that
That's
you don't have
right.
a definition. The definition is public. The definition is on the website.
Yeah.
As it is with the definitions of all the other things you just read out before as well.
So is there no definition included in the bill?
No, the legislation authorises the Minister to exempt classes of students and classes of courses, and in most cases that would form part of the legislative instrument that is anticipated to be
So that
made.
will be included in the instrument, those definitions?
Senator, the legislation enables the Minister to create a limit through two separate vehicles. One is through a legislative instrument and one is through a notice.
Yeah, but not a fact sheet published on the website. So I'm just asking, is that going to be included in the instrument, the definitions?
The definitions will be included in legislative instruments.
Thank you.
When they're used.
I understand in the last few days the Department has sent providers a letter confirming that providers with multiple CRICOS registrations are able to redistribute their total allocation across their organisation. Is that correct?
That's true in a limited number of circumstances, Senator. So if I can give an example, Victoria University has two CRICOS codes, one that relates to its Melbourne operations and one that relates to its Sydney operations. And we've said to them that they are able to shift their limits between those two locations, given that the ultimate owner of the operations is the same entity. That's also the case, for example, in relation to Monash University and Monash College.
But there's actually quite a few providers which have multiple campuses and multiple CRICOS registrations.
There are some, Senator. I wouldn't describe it as a huge number, but there are some.
So are you going to... Okay, can I get a copy? Could you please table a copy of that letter?
I'm not sure we can table it right now, but we're certainly happy to provide it on notice. There's no particular secret about it, Senator. We've been very clear in all of the discussions with universities and other providers, for that matter, that where there's all kinds of reasons why people have CRICOS codes. In some cases, the same ultimate owner has 2 or 3 CRICOS codes. Another example would be Holmes Institute or Navitas. If that's the case, the government's policy intent is met by Holmes Institute as a whole having a limit as a whole.
But the pathways colleges, so the pathways colleges, and I'm thinking of Monash College as one, the Navitas run pathways colleges as one example. They're not owned by the university. They're a separate entity. They're a private provider.
Well, in some cases that's true, Senator. In some cases that's not true. So Monash College is wholly owned by Monash University. But to give a contrary example, La Trobe College, or whatever they're called, is owned by Navitas and has a contractual relationship with La Trobe University. So La Trobe and Navitas would not be able to, and I just mention them because they're the first provider that comes to my mind, they would not be able to move their limits in the way that Monash could.
Right, so if it's only for those where it's the one provider with multiple CRICOS registrations.
That's correct.
What about other pathways colleges? When we last spoke about the bill in the bill inquiry, you indicated that there was no other negotiation in relation to the notional caps that have been given to providers. Has that changed at all?
No, Senator.
So could you please update the committee as to the, compared to the notional caps that were originally provided, which ones have changed?
Senator, I think from memory 8 have changed in the higher education sector.
Could you just go through what those ones are?
I think we've provided that on notice to the inquiry.
I believe we have, Senator. We can run through it again if helpful. There are, as Mr Rimmer said, only 8 providers who've received an updated indicative allocation. They received that advice on 19 of September. It might be more efficient if we provide the list on notice, if you'd rather, Senator.
Well, I wouldn't mind having a look at the list now. Could you just provide it? You don't need to
Certainly,
read it out.
I'll just run through the 8 if that's helpful. Right. And I might ask Dr Oliver to add to that. So those that have been advised of an updated indicative allocation are UNSW Global, Astra Institute of Higher Education, Skyline Higher Education Australia, Australasian Academy of Higher Education, Marasi Education.
Sorry, which one? It's very hard to hear, sorry.
Marasi, M-A-R-A-S-I Education, Senator. Jazz Music Institute, the Global Leadership Institute, and Nova Anglia College.
Just a final question, and I'll rotate.
All right, if you could provide that list with the before and after caps, please.
Certainly, Senator.
I think, Senator, you'll find they're public on the Senate's website in the order to produce documents.
I believe so. We may be able to link it to a question on notice provided through that process.
Thank you. Chair, I've got other questions, but if you want me to hand over, you'll need to come back. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. I just want to briefly go back to the announcement on the weekend with the help debt changes. And I'm interested particularly in the history of HECS and, you know, the changes that have been made to those student contributions. I'll give you a minute to sit down. I'm keen to know how much the average student debt was when HECS was first introduced.
Senator, I can't tell you the number that you've just asked for, but when HECS was first introduced, the annual contribution was $1,800, if I'm not incorrect. That's correct. And so for a 3-year degree, the maths is fairly self-evident, it's $5,400. And for the first, that arrangement stayed in place really from 1989 through to 1997, when there was the first significant change to help arrangements, and in 1996 that amount had reached, just through indexation really, that amount had reached $2,478 per year.
Right.
So if you think about a person with a graduating in 1997, their course would have been something like $8,000 to $12,000, depending on if it's 3, 4 or 5 years.
Yep. And then through the early 2000s, what was the shift there?
So from 1997, there was a very significant rise in student contributions. So in that period before 1997, it was something in the order of 23-24%.
It went up 23-24%?
No, so it was
a payment of 23-24%.
It was 24% of the total base funding was met through student contributions. Then there was a significant policy change in 1997, and that grew quite rapidly. So in the period 1997 to 2004, student contributions went up to 36, nearly 37% of the total.
That's significant.
And then there was another significant policy change in 2005, and student contributions at that point, and really quite stably through until 2020, were at about 41% of the total base funding per student.
And then were there changes around, the result of the job ready graduate changes? Did that
Yes,
have
Senator.
an impact?
So I'm not entirely sure whether this is a public number. I think it's been public in a working paper somewhere, but when the job ready graduates changes were put in place, the expectation at that time is that would increase student contributions as a percentage of the whole to 48%. That number hasn't quite been achieved. It's actually more like 45.5% in reality in the period 2021 to 2023, and there's a range of reasons why the 48% wasn't achieved. But it's shifted it distinctly upwards from that position from 2005 to 2020.
Okay, that's significant. And so the average student loan in the early days of HECS, you were saying it was like a flat contribution of 1,800.
Yes, that's right.
What about today?
Today, Senator, it's not flat. There are 4 different levels of student contribution amounts. I think 4. Did I got that right?
4 clusters.
So for cluster 1, the total amount of resourcing for a university is 18,278, and the student contribution amount is 93% of that, which is 16,992. Sorry, and those are 2025 numbers.
93%.
93%.
As a maximum, just clarifying, that's a maximum.
That's cluster 1, Senator.
Yeah, that's a lot. And so in the midpoint, say in the early 2000s, what did that look like?
I'm not sure we have that number here, Senator.
Okay.
But you know, if you work, I'm not going to try and do the maths in my head, but the overall amount of student contributions in the system had grown significantly from 24-ish% to 30 to 37% across that period.
Okay. And so where we are now, how much will people be benefiting from taking 20% off that debt? What's that going to look like?
Well, Senator...
Isn't that hypothetical? Sorry? I mean, why aren't we talking? I mean, this is an election commitment.
Thank you.
It's not a matter for the department.
Keep going, please.
Senator, there's an announced government policy decision.
Yeah.
It's an election commitment.
Senator Henderson, I haven't been interrupting you all day. Thank you.
Back to Senator Grogan and to the department.
Senator,
That's, you are, well...
Thank you. The department, if we have to have a break, because you're cutting in now to the second senator in the last half hour, we'll have a break and have a conversation about it.
I think I've been reasonably
We'll just keep
well behaved all day, actually, Chair.
Yep, keep going. And then we're on the right track.
Keep it up, yeah.
We'll do it together. We'll get there.
So one of the things that I have seen since the announcement on the weekend, which is an announced government policy, so it's not any form of speculation, I've seen reports that it's going to cost every single Australian householder $1,600 for this change in policy.
Senator, I've also seen those media reports, yes.
Is that correct?
Senator, the costs, the full budget treatment of the measure are expected to be provided in the MyEFO documents, but I think if I understand the maths correctly, the $1,600 per household relates to the $16 billion figure, and that will not be the cost to the budget, Senator.
Right. So it's not true?
Senator, the cost to the budget will be, I think the Minister for Finance said in estimates earlier in the week that the cost to the budget is expected to be, across both help measures that were announced on the weekend, is expected to be something like $600 million, which is obviously a very different number than $16 billion.
It's vastly different. So it won't cost Australian householders $1,600?
Senator, I'd rather not go where you're taking me. I'm just, I can...
It's just, I've been asked this publicly, and my sense is no, but I just want some clarification that is this an invented figure? Sorry, let me not ask you it that way. Is this figure accurate, that every household will pay that much or lose that much money, or not?
Senator, the accurate figure will be available in...
Point of order, Chair. I think the witness is, but the official is being put in a very difficult position here.
The witness is going to make a decision whether they're going to answer or not. And I appreciate that Mr. Rimmer's made some observations already, but Mr. Rimmer.
I'm not trying to put you in an awkward situation, Mr. Rimmer.
Senator, the full cost of the measure will be available in MyEFO.
Okay.
The government has stated publicly that it expects that cost to be in the order of $600 million across the forward estimates in across both measures, and that is the maths that I'm able to provide you.
And again, not trying to put you in an awkward situation, the multi-billion number, where's that from?
Well, $16 billion, Senator, is an accurate number. It is the amount that help debts and other forms of income contingent loan, like vet student loans, $16 billion is an estimate of the amount which they will reduce, subject to legislation, if the government's policy position is implemented.
Right, but that's not the budget line.
No, they're two different
things.
Methodologies and calculations, Senator. As Mr. Rimmer said, the budget, UCB as we call it, I think it is, his underlying cost of the budget is $600 million, is what the government's announced. Those numbers will be finalised as part of the MyEFO process and made public when the MyEFO is published.
Fantastic. Okay, so it's understanding actually how the budget works.
It's a bit of that
between these two numbers.
That's right.
Okay, so I should just get the people asking the question to go and work out how the budget works and understand the difference in the two things. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, are you aware of the report of a survey which has been conducted by the Australian National Imams Council ANIC, which seeks to understand the experiences of safety, discrimination, and cultural expression among students, staff, and alumni within higher education institutions in the ACT. And it provides insights into the prevalence of anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian, and Islamophobic incidents.
I can't say I'm specifically aware of that study, Senator Fricke. I try and follow these things closely because they are obviously important, but I can't say I've specifically seen that.
Is the department aware of that survey?
I've not heard.
Senator, I don't think
it is recent, from November. Could I table that, Chair? The report of the survey? It's here. The survey data reveals prevalent concerns regarding safety, cultural expression, and institutional bias across educational institutions in the ACT. And the key findings indicate over 70% of respondents feel uncomfortable expressing grief on Middle Eastern conflicts, and nearly half feel unsafe wearing cultural attire. Approximately 62.5% report a significant or moderate impact on their mental health due to perceived discrimination and unsafe conditions on campus. 56.2% report experiencing or witnessing Islamophobic or anti-Arab behavior on campus frequently or occasionally. Only 32% feel that their institutions provide adequate support for addressing safety and discrimination issues. And nearly 70% perceive institutional communications as biased against Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims. Minister, after you've heard these numbers and how students and staff are feeling, are you concerned?
Look, I appreciate you raising that, Senator Fricke, and I probably I didn't need to hear them to be concerned. I'm already concerned, and I think that there's been multiple reports of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism and other forms of discrimination on campus. One instance is too many, and the Minister's been very strong on that. What the government have done, and this was a recommendation of part of the Accord process, and I normally do Attorney General's estimates, but I wasn't there. Murray Watt's doing it now. I don't know if you were there on Tuesday night with the Human Rights Commission and the work that we've asked Mr Sivaraman to undertake in regards to his inquiry into this. That, we believe, is an important step that this government has made, and I'm sure that Mr Sivaraman is making progress in terms of preparing for that.
Well, the AHRC time allotted to questions for them didn't happen, so it'll be spillover, and I'll be asking those questions. But I want to draw your attention to what Minister Clare recently announced, and he said that the student ombudsman will fight anti-Semitism. My question to you is, will the student ombudsman also fight discrimination against Muslims, against Arabs, and all forms of racism?
Absolutely, Senator Fricke.
So that is the role of the ombudsman, to fight all forms of racism?
Yes.
Okay, that is really good to hear. In May, the department released an issues paper. This is a different topic. To guide consultation on the National Higher Education Code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. And I think consultation on this closed in June. Is there an exposure draft of the code, and will that be released and open to consultation as well?
Senator, while my colleagues are coming to the table, there has been extensive engagement through the expert reference group. There's been 4 meetings and lots of side conversations through that period. The government hasn't yet formed a final decision about the questions that you've raised more directly, but they're certainly under active consideration.
Okay, so there is not yet an exposure draft of the code ready.
So, this is Dan Donegan, First Assistant Secretary of the Australian Universities Accord. So, no, there is not yet an exposure draft.
And when will that be ready?
So, there is a process at the moment. As you said, we have been doing some consultation regarding an issues paper. We've also established an expert reference group to help us go through those issues. We really understand the positions of both the university sector and gender-based violence advocates, and we have been working towards what a good code will look like. We've taken that policy position and then we've tried to work through what a new regulation operating model will be, at the same time turning that policy information into regulation is quite complex. There are some new things to define within the legislation, but we are working towards a full copy of the code and the bill for entry into Parliament this year.
Also, it's going to happen this year.
There's no guarantee for that, Senator. No.
Sorry?
There's no guarantee for that. We are working at the moment on the work that we're doing. Ultimately, it will depend on the quality of where we've landed and what the final product looks like. So, no, there's not... We don't want to mislead in the sense that it's going to be introduced this year.
Okay,
There's obviously a hope that would happen, but we've got to work through processes around that.
So,
Senator, can I just, sorry to interrupt, but can I just provide one additional piece of information, which is when the Minister introduced the National Student Ombudsman Bill into the House, he tabled a 4-page document, a 3-page document about the code. It's not an exposure draft in a technical sense, but it does give quite a lot of detail about the kind of issues that are being considered in the development of the code and the kind of issues that have been discussed with victim survivors and advocates and other members of the expert reference group.
Yeah, I've been quite closely looking at all of that, but I want to know if the code and the regulation will be in place in time for the next academic year, Minister. So it may not be introduced this year, but it could be introduced next year, early next year, and be ready for the next academic year.
Yeah, we're certainly intending to pass the Ombudsman legislation before the end of this year. I don't have a date on the code. Obviously, it's important that we get it right, and I'm sure that the engagement that the department have been leading on is important, and we understand that it is a significant and needs to be a priority.
Yeah, and will it be in place in this term of government? Can you at least confirm that?
I don't think I can commit to that, Senator Fricke, but we do understand how important
it is. If it is priority, surely you could.
Well, it's not necessarily my call, Senator Fricke, but there obviously are a number of bits of legislation, particularly in higher education, that we're keen to get passed before the end of the year, but we do understand the significance of this legislation as well.
Okay, thank you. Chair, that's it.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Secretary, since the 1st of June 2022, student debt has gone up a massive 16%. Indexation has been more than $8 billion. So many students are struggling to put food on the table or pay the bills in this cost of living crisis. Even if the government's changes to HECS indexation methodology go through the Parliament, this will still mean an increase since the 1st of June of 11%. For a student with an average loan of $27,600, are you able to say how much indexation they will pay?
No, Senator.
Sorry, Senator, they will pay in what time period?
Well, right now. So based on the 16% and also and if these changes to HECS indexation go through.
Sorry, what's the 16%? Sorry, Senator?
The 16% is the total of the indexation rises that have occurred since the 1st of June 2022.
So, Senator, we can't validate that number right here and now, but what we can say is if the legislation passes, there will be an indexation event on the 1st of June 2025, and that indexation event will use either the lower of the wages price index or the consumer price index for the relevant period, and that will be applied to people's accounts on that date.
No, but there's also the retrospective application of HECS indexation for the last 2 years.
Sorry, and yes, and...
Anyway, look, if you can't do the calculation, that's fine. I thought you might have that to hand for the average.
We just need a time period, sorry, Senator. We don't know what's the time period you were talking about. We'd have to factor in any voluntary repayments as well.
No, I'm just talking about the indexation that has occurred since the increase that has occurred since the 1st of June 2022.
And the question was, sorry, again, how much?
What is the indexation on someone with an average loan?
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't I didn't think that was the question you asked. So we'll take that on notice and come back to you on that.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. I do want to turn to the government's election commitment, I would say electoral bribe, that was announced on the weekend by the Prime Minister. There has been a wave of criticism from independent economists about this measure, and I note in particular Chris Richardson, the independent economist, said handing $16 billion to graduates is a reverse Robin Hood. It's a tax cut targeted to the big end of town, with money going from the less well-off to the better off. It's a fairness fail. Worse still, that $16 billion does nothing for the nation's future. It doesn't deliver incentives that would make anyone likely to study or more likely to study or encourage anyone into work. He goes on to make other criticisms, and then he says there are many things that Australia could spend $16 billion on, and he was one of many who was very, very critical about this measure. Did anyone in the department consult with any economists in the development of this policy? Or was there any independent or stakeholder consultation in relation to the policy?
Senator, we've just been through the Australian Universities Accord process, which is the largest consultative exercise about higher education policy for many, many years. Had many submissions from stakeholders, had a lot of discussion, including about help. So there's been a voluminous amount of engagement.
Sorry,
and
Mr. Rimmer, I wasn't talking about the University Court. I'm talking about this policy. Was there any consultation in relation to this policy with experts such as economists and the like?
Senator, if the question is, was there consultation about this specific initiative in the past month, then the answer to that is no, because the government has just been through a very large, very engaged consultative process.
Sorry, because I haven't got a lot of time, I've got to be quick. Was there any consultation with any other person in relation to this policy? Did the department conduct any consultation in relation to this specific policy?
Senator, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Has, in terms of the costing of the measure, I note you say it's a cost to the budget of $600 million. Can you provide the breakdown of that cost on a year-by-year basis?
That'll be done through my EFO, Senator.
Are you able to do that now?
It's part of the budgetary MyEFO process, so that is we're not able to because that's part of cabinet consideration and it's part of the usual budget process.
But haven't you done that work, Secretary?
So that number is something that will be done as part of the budget process. The government gave an estimation around it. Senator, we cannot give budgetary information before the budget is published.
Our job as senators with this committee is to investigate the expenditure and the operations of the department. What I'm asking for is any correspondence or information you have in relation to the costing.
Sure, we'll take that on notice.
So the $600 million, you must have costed that on a year-by-year basis, and it's not a difficult question, Secretary, if you could provide that.
We'll take it on notice. Thank you, Senator.
Can you confirm if you have got those figures?
In my folder? No.
Has anyone in the room got them, or can anyone bring them
Senator,
to the table
I said I'll take it on
tonight?
notice. We're taking it on notice.
Because clearly the work has been done, because you've given us the $600 million figure. Do you know what impact this will have on not just the forwards but the medium term?
Sorry, Senator. What will
this policy measure? Are you able to give us
the marginal rate or the?
Are you able to give us any
reduction?
other information in relation to the impact on the budget and the medium or the short term over the forwards or the medium term?
Sorry, I'm just trying to work out.
This
is the marginal rate or the 20% you're talking about?
The $600 million expenditure.
So you're talking about both
is that
of them?
over the forwards? Could you just... Secretary,
sorry,
what I'm trying to
there were two announcements
understand...
made by government on the weekend. I'm trying to understand which announcement you're talking about.
So I'm talking about the 20% reduction
20%,
on student debt.
Thank you.
Which, of course, only applies to those who have a student debt and benefits those who have a large student debt the most. And that's one of the reasons why it's been so heavily criticised. Are you able to provide any further information on the costings of this policy over the medium term?
So we'll take that on notice.
What impact is this going to have on students with a student debt? Have you done any modelling on this at all?
We do have some information on that, Senator. About 70% of the impact of the measure will be felt by people on incomes of less than $90,000, and about 82% of the impact of the measure will be felt by people under the age of 39, and about 60% of the impact of the measure will be felt by women. So we do have some information that we're able to provide.
Well,
in that
if you could
context.
provide that and any other information you have, particularly in relation to the modelling, that would be very much appreciated, and including any correspondence with Treasury as well in relation to the modelling. So obviously this is an election commitment. Only.
That's not accurate, Senator Henderson.
Well, that's what the Prime Minister announced.
Well, we announced government policy.
Yeah, but it's yes, but it's only. I mean, even Senator Faruqi is laughing because you're not delivering it. You're saying that you will only deliver it if you're re-elected. So
it's just the nature of the cycle we're in at the moment.
I don't think it is. You couldn't
come on, we're not mugs, Minister.
That's ridiculous, Minister.
Give us a break.
Ridiculous.
I know you're
the
not.
Nature of the cycle.
I know you're not known for your consistency, Senator Henderson, but I've sat here in estimate since we came to government.
Minister, you are offensive. You are offensive, and that's completely inappropriate to. That's completely inappropriate to reflect on me in that way.
For a long period of time.
And you've just tried to suggest
I would have thought that you'd come here and welcome this announcement. You've just tried to suggest that this is not an election commitment, which welcome this announcement,
which is completely has
I'm
no
really
credibility.
Surprised you wouldn't welcome this announcement. That's going to make a significant difference to people who haven't incurred a HECS or HELP debt. It was part of the Accord process, and I'd point you to the words of Professor Chapman, who was the architect of HECS, when he said, "It is generally and correctly believed that the overall level of HECS HELP debt have become excessive, and in this context, a one-off 20% cut of the level of debt is welcome." He also went on to say the decision to make repayments fairer is really, really good and equitable. So that's the architect of HECS. So, as part of the Accord process recommendation, and this is a government that has taken action to implement it.
So, Minister, if this is not an election commitment, why aren't you bringing forward legislation to bring into effect these changes?
We've just had a significant conversation about the ESOS bill, the student ombudsman, what we need to do in the code, as well as all the other bits of education legislation.
It's too much work.
Plus, we say that, well, if you pass the ESOS bill, it's been sitting in the Parliament for almost 6 months.
Don't treat the Australian people like mugs, Minister.
Why don't you help us pass the ESOS bill?
Excessively rude towards
It's been sitting there for almost 6 months.
Can we just have a? Everyone just take a little moment.
So,
we'll take a moment, and then if we could ask the question, and there's an opportunity for the Minister to answer. And I just remind, if there's, I do give again a reasonable amount of leeway for people to make political commentary, a reasonable amount of political commentary, but not too much. But it does invite other people to make political commentary in response. So, if you could ask back to you, Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, can I just ask in relation to how this policy would be delivered, does it mean that on the 2nd of June, when people log on to their HECS accounts, they will see a 20% reduction in their debt?
Senator, it may surprise you, but I don't know the election timing. So I don't know when Parliament will sit after the election.
You just told me it's government policy.
The government has stated clearly that the legislation will be introduced at a particular time. Obviously, the changes can't be made until legislation has passed both houses of Parliament.
So again, what I'm asking is, will this measure be in effect by the 1st of June next year, which is the obviously the date that's been nominated?
Senator, either the measure will be in effect by the 1st of June or the measure will be applied with retrospective effect so that it will have effect as if it had taken place on the 1st of June. And that's the case for both measures, including the increase in the minimum repayment threshold and the reduced repayment rates as well.
So, Minister, what do you say to the 24 million Australians struggling right now who won't be able to access this benefit?
Well, I think what we've seen with HECS and HELP and the way that it's helped transform this nation since it came in probably 40 years ago, Senator Henderson, is that it's been a great reform. I think we've spoken in this committee before. I'm someone who would never have been able to go to university if it wasn't for HECS, and I was lucky. I was listening through those figures before I started in 1996, the week before Paul Keating lost, and I'm forever grateful for that, otherwise my debt would have been much more significant. So I think that clearly the country benefits from having more people able to study, whether it be at a higher education or whether it be through TAFE and achieving qualifications. So it's a really significant and important thing for the country that be able to continue.
No, but Minister, I think you've misunderstood my question.
There's no doubt that there's been a lot of commentary that that HECS debt had become too high and it was a barrier for people. So I'm really surprised that you aren't welcoming it, and I really think the real question is why do you want those people who've incurred a debt to continue to have to suffer and pay higher repayments as a result of your policy?
Well, again, if you want to ask me questions, I'm very happy to take that on, Minister. As I say, this measure has been broadly condemned because it's taking from the poor and giving a massive benefit to those who are much more well off.
That's just completely untrue.
You asked the question, and I'll tell you why I've got concerns. Because the biggest benefit goes to just 55,000 Australians with a HECS debt of between 100,000 and 200,000, and they get a $25,000 benefit, while there are so many Australians out there that can barely pay the rent or put food on the table. So you're asking me why I've got a problem with it, and that's why, Minister, because it's unfair. It's unfair to 24 million Australians who don't have a debt. It's unfair to many students who haven't even got a debt at the moment but are prospective students. And it's unfair to millions of Australians who've paid off their HECS debt, and particularly under circumstances where there was a discount scheme in place and your government cancelled it.
So the opportunity for the Liberals and Nationals to help those people, TAFE and university students and recent graduates, you're abandoning them.
So what do you say to all those?
What you've been saying?
What do you say to those students?
Can I just have a stop? Can I just have a moment?
Well, I'm happy to answer that question.
It's been absolutely meaningless. Absolutely meaningless.
The Minister should have an opportunity to actually respond to that very long.
Well, no, he asked me a question, Chair.
Wait a sec. The Minister should have a right to respond to what was said.
Well, no, he asked me the question.
Then we'll get back to the questions.
So I answered the question.
Thank you. The Minister has a right to respond, and then we'll go back to the questions. We actually are getting very close to running out of time, but over to...
It's an important issue. I think that it has been highlighted that the student debt has been too high. We're taking significant action to reduce that. The country are going to be a beneficiary of that because we're going to have more people who are able to achieve a higher education degree or achieve a TAFE qualification, and there's been a long history of the country being better off as a result of that. This is an important reform. It's going to make a significant difference for so many people in this country.
Minister, what's going to happen to all those students who are looking to go to university and who won't have a student debt on the 1st of June next year? This is a measure for the here and now. It benefits the big end of town, those perhaps who've done multiple degrees, who've got large debts. They get very significant benefits. Many others, particularly those who may have done vet courses and have got small loans, might get a very small benefit. So from that point of view, it's very unfair. But what about the Minister indicated, and I think has accepted, that there's nothing in this for future students?
Well, that's not true. There's going to be fairer repayments, fairer indexation as well, Senator Henderson. So that was the second part of what was announced. which will also ensure that the benefits flow to those people who are there, who will study into the future.
Can I also, Chair, sorry, just on timing, did you want to share the call around?
Sorry?
Did you want to share the call around?
Well, I just was about to say, unfortunately, nobody else wants to have the call, but no, that means you can still have.
Oh, okay,
you still have the call. But it would be if we just suspend for a moment.
Sure. Okay.
Maybe if you guys have a chat.
Yeah.
I'd lost my minister, I didn't know what I'd done with him.
Very careless, Mr Cook, very careless.
I think we're on the record. Now to Senator Henderson.
We're obviously trying to make up time, so I'm going to have to move through a couple of other things pretty quickly. I'm just wanting to ask about a number of complaints received by the department in relation to anti-Semitism at university campuses. There were 3 complaints that you noted in a question on notice 000871. Can you please provide details on whether there was an investigation? Were these complaints passed on to TEXA? And what action was taken in relation to those complaints? And also, how many complaints have been received by the Minister or his office? I mean, I've seen a number of complaints just being copied into correspondence to the Minister. Do you have any details about the number of complaints to the Minister? And if you could please outline how many of those complaints were action responded to. You might need to do that on notice, but I am concerned that a number of complaints have not been responded to.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I believe our answer on notice to that was that the department had received, I think, as at since 1 July 2023, we had received 3 complaints about anti-Semitic behaviour or concerns in higher education and 12 complaints addressed to the Minister about that. In terms of the...
Over what period of time? 12 complaints between...
Since 1 July 2023 to as at 3rd of July 2024, the department had received 3 complaints. And we were aware of 12 complaints that had been addressed to the Minister.
When you say you were aware of 12 complaints?
We get copied into correspondence.
Oh, well, that's not the question, though. How many complaints has the Minister received?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have that information.
Because I'm certain I've seen many more than that have just come into my inbox.
Yeah, I'm not aware of those, Senator. Like I said, I'll have to take those on notice.
So the 12 complaints may not be accurate?
No, that was the information that we had available to us at the time when we responded to your question on notice.
And did you check with the Minister's office on that?
I believe that we did, yes.
Okay, all right. In relation to the 3 complaints to the department, what action was taken, please?
If you bear with me for a moment, I may need to come back to you on notice about that. My understanding is our usual response, depending on the nature of the complaint, is to advise the complainant to raise the issue with their higher education provider, and to also provide advice to them around how they can contact TEXA and also the Ombudsman in their particular state and territory. But I'll need to take the detail. Sorry, Senator, I thought I may have it with me, but I need to take the detail of those three on notice, and happy to come back to you.
Yes, please, if you could. I am concerned that you may have referred individual complaints to TEXA and what action is taken in that respect.
If we do that, Senator, just to reassure you, we always ask consent from the complainant before we forward on. Let me rephrase that.
I'm concerned because TEXA has had a history of arguing and not necessarily taking action on individual complaints.
Senator, when we do refer matters to TEXA, we're very clear with complainants that TEXA consider broader systemic issues about providers, that they're not an individual complaints authority, and that you could say that that's one of the reasons why the National Student Ombudsman legislation is before the Senate at the moment. And obviously the Ombudsman will, from the 1st of February next year, subject to the passage of legislation, be able to play a more direct role in relation both to complaints of anti-Semitism and of any other form of racism, to Senator Faruqi's question earlier.
Yes, that's why we advocated for an Ombudsman so strongly. Thank you, Mr Rimmer, and led the charge on that, I have to say. Look, I have a number of other questions, but I think because of time, we are really trying to stay on time. I might need to put the rest on notice.
Sure. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Henderson. I just have one very brief question. There's a large number of people that will be receiving the benefit from the student debt relief. Minister, for example, in the seat of Corangamite, 18,822 people will have their debt reduced by 20%. Do you see any reason why they should be not receive that opportunity?
No, I think that they'd be a significant beneficiary from this, Senator Henderson, and I do note that they have a fantastic local member who I'm sure will be fighting very passionately about this issue because she does.
She cancelled the Geelong Fast Rail project, Minister. She refused to back the Warm Ponds rail upgrade. She did nothing on the North Ballerine pool. That local member, there's been no local investment in 3 successive budgets in the Geelong region. And Libby Coker has failed the people of Corangamite.
Excuse me, I don't interrupt you.
Well,
what's the impediment to
open
those
that door.
18,822 people in Corangamite receiving debt relief? What's the impediment to that debt relief occurring?
Sadly, Chair, the evidence that we've seen tonight would be that the Liberal and National Party seem to be the ones that aren't welcoming this move, and I think that's going to be the detriment of 18,000 people in Corangamite and hundreds of thousands of people across the country to obtain that higher education degree or that TAFE qualifications and set themselves up for the future.
Chair,
on that devastating note, I now suspend for 10 minutes and we'll be back at 20 to 9.
I want more questions about the member for
Professor Bell. Is there a opening statement? If you have, I would just say that if you could be relatively brief. I'm very mindful of the time. There is a number of senators who are going to be coming in, so that would be great. Thank you.
Because they have name tags.
Yep.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for the opportunity to make an opening statement. My name is Genevieve Bell, and in January I became the 13th Vice-Chancellor of the Australian National University. In our 78-year history, this is only our third appearance at estimates and our second for this year. So we're still learning how to do this process well, and we look forward to addressing the particulars of expenditure at the university. ANU is a more than $1 billion organisation with a staff profile of almost 5,000 employees, 20,000 students, nearly 7,000 of whom live on campus in our dedicated residential offerings. Clearly, we're neither a department nor an agency, but we are a proud Commonwealth entity. ANU was founded by an Act of Parliament in 1946 to provide research and training for Australia and the region. Our motto, first to know the nature of things, is our North Star. It's a place for our nation that shapes knowledge and creates a better world for all of us. It's an extraordinary legacy and a responsibility, and one that we all take really seriously. Our student community represents every state and territory in Australia, and in the next couple of months we're welcoming our 2025 domestic cohort of young Australians, and we've sent 5,000 offers already out all over Australia, and we're working really hard to offer scholarships and grants to make coming to university possible for the broadest range of students from across Australia. And as the National University, we're also committed to supporting our region, which sees us educate an international cohort of students from 100 different nations. But universities are more than places for learning and knowledge. They're also centres of ideas and for shaping complex conversations. In any classroom, there should be strong contested ideas and perspectives which create more robust ways of tackling emerging challenges. And with these conversations also come responsibilities for upholding freedom of speech and academic freedom as core tenets of Western democracy. One of the reasons we can offer transformative educational experiences is that we have remarkable researchers. Since our founding, ANU has provided extraordinary research and training outcomes for our nation, for which millions of Australians have benefited. Some 40 years ago, ANU faculty started fundamental research into rare earth elements, and we've been instrumental in bringing together academia, industry and government to better position Australia in that global conversation. During the COVID-19 pandemic, our experts advised governments in Australia and around the world on responding to pandemics at scale, from vaccine development to rebuilding the economy and even detecting COVID-19 through the sewerage. And most recently, we were excited to see funding opportunities announced for progressing the Australian Centre for Disease Control, and we look forward to continuing to contribute our expertise to that important initiative. At ANU, we also partner with Parliament and Government on key national issues. Our work on security, technology, Pacific affairs and migration provides expertise and policy advice directly in the support of the national interest. Our work is also helping policymakers navigate the complexity of artificial intelligence, which is much sought after in the APS and Parliament, and I've had the pleasure of seeing many of your colleagues in my classrooms. But while ANU is unique in some aspects, we live in the same ecosystem as the other Australian universities and are subject to the same competitive landscape, policy settings and operating conditions. And it's a difficult time for our sector. The pandemic has had a significant impact on universities and university finance. And a recent analysis by Universities Australia found that 25 of the 39 public universities in Australia reported an operating deficit in 2023. Since 2021, our university has accumulated operating deficits of nearly $400 million. But this is not a new problem. However, recent changes in operating conditions mean our plan to get out of deficits through growing income from student enrolment is no longer an option for us. We have no choice but to address our costs, and this includes structural change for the shape and size of the university. ANU Council has directed us to reduce the university's recurring operating costs by $250 million by the 1st of January 2026. We're leaning into this challenge. We're not asking for handouts or special treatment that will paper over our structural issues. Rather, we're renewing ANU to become a university better able to meet the expectations of today and adapt to the opportunities of tomorrow. Again, I'm grateful for the time to make this opening statement. We're looking forward to your questions and assure the committee that our expenditure of funds will remain responsible and that the ANU will continue to fulfil its mission as the national university, albeit in a changed state. Not bigger, but we do hope better. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for being here tonight. ANU held 6,758 shares in BAE Systems, worth approximately $143,000 at the end of October 2023. By the end of November, and this is the time that the genocide was occurring, this had increased to 8,517 shares at an approximate value of $171,000. And ANU confirmed these numbers were correct to an answer to my question on notice at last estimates. How many shares does ANU currently hold in BAE Systems?
We would have to take that on notice.
Senator, as you'll remember from when we discussed about this at the previous estimates, our funds are managed by fund managers, so we'd need to take the specifics of that amount on notice again.
Have they increased? Do you know that?
Senator, since we last met, we have reviewed our socially responsible investment policy. We went through a broad consultation. We introduced a series of new screens to that and directed our fund managers accordingly.
So that policy has now been reviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that publicly available?
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay. We'll have
we actually had a really thorough consultation. We had over 800 pieces of feedback from our broad community. We revised the policy, introduced a series of new screens and directed it into the public in August of this year.
So you reviewed that policy, but you actually haven't looked at the shares that ANU has with of BAE Systems. So I guess I want to ask you, so ANU has not yet ended its connections with institutions and companies that are complicit in Israel's genocide in Gaza?
Senator, if I might take you back to the policy in question, the socially responsible investment policy mandates a series of investment activities. We direct fund managers against those activities. We updated our screens to include a series of screens which are now being used by our fund managers. Michael, do you have anything you'd add there?
That's correct, Chancellor. Vice Chancellor, yes. We've added some additional negative screens. Those pertain to what are deemed controversial weapons and small civilian handguns.
So has ANU sought legal advice on its own possible complicity in genocide because of the shares, because of your investments?
Senator, we regularly review the socially responsible investment policy and its compliance with our fund managers.
I'm just asking about complicity in possible genocide. Have you sought legal advice on that?
Senator, we have a socially responsible investment policy and we review it regularly and we believe it is acting in an appropriate manner for our investment activities.
It's not really answering my question, but I'll move on. Has ANU engaged any consultants or private investigators to monitor the social media of students who have been involved in pro-Palestine advocacy on campus?
Senator, we have a broad range of activities that we enact around security. We take the security of our students and our campus seriously. That means over the last many years we have an on-campus security team. We've recently added to that team. It has more people who work longer hours.
Professor, with all due respect, that was not my question. I asked you, has ANU engaged any consultants or private investigators to monitor the social media of students who have been involved in pro-Palestine advocacy on campus?
Senator, we have a range of security tools that we use on campus.
So have you used consultants to monitor students' social media?
Senator, we rely on a range of different expertise in our security team and resources that they use.
So you're not going to answer any questions. Have any ANU staff been tasked with monitoring the social media of students who have been involved in pro-Palestine advocacy on campus? Are those staff part of the tools that you're talking about?
Senator, we have, as part of our facilities and services team, a university security team who do a number of things across campus.
I've heard disturbing reports, Professor, that the ANU has not provided tangible support to Palestinian students when it comes to study, such as extension waivers or extra academic support. Each time Palestinians need help, they are forced to rehash their trauma and to their professors. Is this information correct? And what support are you providing Palestinian students specifically?
Senator, I'd like to ask the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Academic to take that question. Grady, if you like.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. We care deeply about all of our students, and we're very aware that Palestinian students are experiencing trauma and finding it difficult to study. We offer enormous support for all of our students. We have a student safety and wellbeing team. We have a medical...
Specifically for Palestinian students at this point in time?
It's specific for any students who needs help. We have
That's
offered...
not specific.
So absolutely, if any Palestinian student were to come forward, the help would be specifically catered for their specific needs. We welcome them to come forward. We're there to help. We understand the trouble that they're going through, and we genuinely want to help it. We have provided 12,000 individual appointments for students free of charge this year alone.
Okay, I'll move on to another topic. ANU originally predicted a deficit of $60 billion this year, but has now revised that figure to, I understand, $200 million. How did ANU senior executive manage to turn a budgeted $60 million deficit into a projected $200 million deficit?
Thank you for the question, Senator Faruqi, and for fixing the number. You briefly gave me a heart attack when I imagined we had a $60 billion deficit. It's quite enough what we're tackling
60
now.
million.
60 million, thank you. At the beginning of, actually, if I may take you back, last year, Senator, the university adopted a new financial plan for 2024 to 2028. That financial plan had a series of assumptions built into it, and that plan predicted this year we would have a projected deficit by the end of the year of $60 million. Instead, we're facing an end-of-year projected deficit of $200 million, as you rightly note. The reason for that has to do with a series of the assumptions in the budget proving to be erroneous. And Michael, if I might, I'll ask you to talk a little bit more about this.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So there are a couple of key parts in there. So some of the key assumptions. So as we entered the year, the 23 university's deficit was $132 million, and that was against a budget of $106 million. So the year had started with a higher expense base than we had assumed. We had assumed growth in international students that would continue on a slightly elevated but not a dissimilar pattern to what we had observed in 23. That's resulted in about $60 million of the shortfall in this current 24 year. The remainder of the difference is around expenses. I would say the expenses are a mix across our research activities. You've probably heard us, if you've got those numbers, heard us talk about our leave provisions. We haven't had people taking leave as we had assumed. So they've contributed to a higher expense base. And that's where we find ourselves today, in a situation where we need to implement the structural changes we're looking to do to address the financial sustainability of the university.
So who has primary responsibility for setting the budget at ANU? Is it the role of the Vice-Chancellor to oversee, or does this go to the governance role of the Chancellor?
So the governance role sits with Council, Senator, and so the Council has responsibility for setting strategic direction for the university, for reviewing budgets, and for then monitoring compliance to them, and then the Vice-Chancellor, and in this case her leadership team, are responsible for implementing that.
So the NTEU has estimated that $100 million kind of reduction in the budget is equivalent to 638 full-time equivalent positions, based on the 2023 annual report. Does ANU agree with this figure?
We have been quite clear, Senator, as we have been working with our community over the last month, as we have been talking about the change proposals that we're consulting with, and we have been sharing with our community the challenge that we have in our budget state and what needs to come next, that we need to reduce our overall operating costs by the 1st of January 2026 by $250 million. Of that, $150 million is non-salary savings, and the other piece is $100 million in salary savings. The salary savings for us comprise a number of different pieces of the puzzle. You just heard Michael talk about our leave liability. One of the things that is different about the university versus most of the rest of the sector is that we're carrying excessive leave liability for our staff that's been accumulating for nearly 8 years. People haven't been taking as much leave. Some of it's the pandemic, but much of it precedes that. That leave liability is a drag on our balance sheet and represents a piece of that $100 million saving we need to accomplish. There's also a range of other costs sitting in there. So we have been working quite hard to find ways of thinking about that holistically. So whilst I know the union has put a number of figures on that, we haven't, because the reality is if we can work with our community, which we have been doing, to reduce our leave balances, if we continue to slow hiring, which we've done this year, so that the headcount we started the year with is no longer where we're at by November, that makes a difference for us. As you will, I'm sure, also be aware, we have 5 change plans that are in consultation with our community, which also have proposed reductions in various headcount.
So we're getting very close.
Maybe last question and then you can come back. Just on that, do you have an estimate of how many jobs are likely to be lost as part of these deficits?
So at the moment, Senator, for this year, we have 5 change plans that are in consultation with the community. In those change plans, 138 roles are proposed to be reduced for this year.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Very much, Chair. Thanks for hanging around so late on a Thursday evening. Just on that, is that 138 FTE?
Yeah, Senator.
Yes. Thank you.
And that, again, that would be for this year, Senator.
For
2024.
2024 and 2025?
At the moment, Senator, we know that we need to reduce our budget by $250 million by the 1st of January 2026.
Yes, so next year's...
So next year, I imagine we will again need to look at what we've accomplished this year, look at the consultation plans that are with our community, because that 138 is what we're consulting on. It may not end up being the end state.
Okay.
We need to make sure that we are continuing to address our excess leave liability, and all of those are moving pieces.
And so the 5 change plans, that's just for the 138 FTE for 2024, but you haven't actually got a plan for 2025?
Well, Senator, our plan for 2025 is to ensure that we hit a $250 million saving by the beginning of 2026.
And how many, based on your current sort of projections around people taking leave and all those other factors you've mentioned, how many extra FTE do you think you'll need to shed in 2025?
Senator, until we can get through the change proposals that we have in consultation, until we can see whether we can move the leave balances, and until we see whether some of the other actions that we're sharing with our community are successful, I don't think we can put a target state on what next year will look like.
First, but are these change sort of proposals, plans, are they really going to change? The thing I've been hearing is that there's consultation, that this is the plan, we consult, and then we do the plan because we have the plan. So.
Oh no. Look, one of the things that I find really remarkable about our community is how actively it engages. And I've been, not in this job for very long, as you know, but I've been at the university for a number of years, and I have watched a suite of change plans in 2020 where what was proposed and what was the final thing were quite different from one another, partly because it's room to look at whether there are pieces that work holistically, and I think we will find that the plans in consultation and the plans that are implemented do have differences to them. But the reality is we're also in that period of talking to our community, and over the arc of the last month we've had one university-wide address that was the largest attendance we've ever had at a digital university function. More than 3,000 people there. We've had 9 town halls since then. We've had, across all of those, about 8,000 people participate. We've been running micro website with our community so that we can post the change plans, a rolling FAQ for more information that comes up. And in the month that's been there, I think it's had over 40,000 views, and the change plans themselves have been opened more than 5,000 times. And so what that tells me, Senator, is that there is really robust engagement, and we are working through what that does for us.
I just want to touch quickly on, you said the reason that the deficit blew from 600 to 200 mil.
60, please.
60 to 200, probably it's late at night.
I know, I don't want to agree to 600.
I'm just checking my notes here. That has to do with a series of assumptions in the budget proving to be erroneous. Why? Like, surely, why such a big difference in your budget?
One key one is around the income, Senator. So we had assumed continued growth in international students. As you'd appreciate, post-pandemic, setting patterns, etc., has had some variability more than we'd experienced previously. So in 2023, we'd seen double-digit growth the university had seen double-digit growth in international students. Something similar, although a little bit elevated, was predicted for 24. That has not borne out, but been low single digits, and that represents $60 million. So that's one example of one of the key assumptions that has not played out.
Okay, thank you. There was a comment in the Canberra Times from your Chancellor, which I found a little bit alarming, and I just want to quote her. Many members of staff have been part of the inefficiencies that the university is now seeking to address. And I just wanted to check that you don't view your staff as inefficiencies.
Senator, I never view my staff as inefficiencies, but I do know as part of the change process and as part of the feedback we have from our community that many people in the university regard pieces of the university as room for improvement. As I said, we have change proposals that are in consultation, and as part of the feedback we've had there, we've had a number of people propose ways that we can do things more effectively and more efficiently, and ways that we can serve our students and our staff better. And our own staff data suggests that people believe there's a lot of opportunity for us to be more effective and more efficient. And I know for the entire leadership team here and for council, we are all really committed to making the university what it can and should be, and that will mean not just reducing the overall spend, but making it a place that works really well.
Sure, thank you. It's been put to me that the ANU has the same number of staff on $320,000 or more as the University of Sydney, but only a third of the students. And so I was interested, as part of the 5 change plans that you've put out, how many job cuts will come from this sort of upper echelon?
So through the arc of the year here, Senator, one of the things we've been doing is working to ensure that we have an organisation where functions align to functional heads and working through that. In doing that, what we've actually done is continue to ensure that we are making sure we have the right roles and the right people. I know that comparisons between universities are always something people like to do. The reality is that most universities need to have a certain set of roles in place, a Deputy Vice-Chancellor Academic, a Deputy Vice-Chancellor Research and Innovation. But we have been slowly, incrementally shrinking the university. I was given, one of my KPIs was to look at my own staff and determine whether it was purpose fit, and I've shrunk my own office by 50% since I took the job.
That's a tough job. And so what's the number for that, sorry?
For?
Of more senior staff?
So
you said 138 FTE this year for other staff?
So the 138 headcount, Senator, of that it includes a dean. So a dean, a deputy dean, a series of senior leaders across that organisation. Again, these are proposals in consultation, so I hate to be a one in a Senate declaring that someone doesn't have a job until we've finished that process. But the reality is across the...
Sorry, can I just check there? So my understanding is that they've already been made redundant, that the college that's being...
No, Senator. No? We have 5 change proposals.
Okay.
The first
so no
two...
one's been made redundant?
Senator, the way our process works as governed by our enterprise agreement is that we need to take a change proposal to the community. Before we do that, we need to notify any staff that would be impacted were that plan to be adopted in full. That plan then goes through a consultation period open for feedback. It then goes through a distillation of that feedback to an implementation plan that is then again consulted with impacted employees before it goes into action. And at this point, we're still in the process of that. So people have been notified that were the proposal to go ahead as scoped, they would be impacted. But at the moment, no one has been made redundant in that plan, Senator.
Of that, I'm almost...
Yeah, you're almost...
I'm happy to pass and then just come back.
This is close to home. There's time for a couple more questions. Thank you. But if they could be relatively brief.
First of all, I know you're very articulate, got a lot to say, but if you can keep them short, we can get through more if that's possible.
I'll do my best, Senator.
Thank you. Of that 138 FTE, how many are academic staff?
So, Senator, I need to make sure that we're clear about this. It's headcount, not FTE. That's my mistake there. Sorry.
What's the equivalent FTE?
It won't be known until we're done through the process, Senator. There's 134 roles that are impacted. What the implications for that will be for FTE is not.
So 134, not 138.
Sorry, 138.
38.
I'm also tired.
And how many of those roles are academic staff?
So in the first two plans, Senator, I'm going to have to take it, I think, on notice of how many of those
take it on notice.
Staff. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm interested in what role the council, the Chancellor, has played in the approvals for the change plans.
I'm sorry?
How's the Chancellor been involved in the approval of the change plans that you've put out?
So Council, Senator, has a series of responsibilities. If you want to vary academic units, and it's a level exercise that's a piece of university arcana, but if you want to vary a certain level at the university, Council needs to be notified and then seek their endorsement. Council has been in multiple conversations with us throughout this year about our budget, and we certainly discussed the need for reductions in order to hit a $250 million place, but it's not their job to write change plans for us. That's our job.
Sure. And what about, you mentioned deficits of almost $400 million. Have Council and the Chancellor previously had concerns about financial viability and what's being done? You don't surely just turn a corner and all of a sudden there's a huge deficit. This kind of sneaks up on a university.
So as you will be aware, Senator, the university publishes an annual report once a year. That annual report contains our financial statements. That's tabled in Parliament every year and it is signed off by Council. It's certainly the case during the pandemic and in the aftermath of the pandemic that the university, like many Australian universities, ran an operating deficit. That operating deficit was part of an audited set of paperwork, so everyone was aware of it. And the plan for this year, the 2024 to 2028 financial plan that was developed last year, was to work on how to address that.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Chair. And just finally, is it correct that you've engaged Nous Group, and what work are they doing? Is it related to finding savings, or what's the scope of that work?
I initially engaged the Nous Group a number of months ago, Senator, to help think about how to look at the role and the changing role of universities in a global landscape. I was interested in what were the ways that universities thought strategically and what was a global survey, really. And then since then, we've been continuing to work with them in order to understand best practice around service infrastructure and support services.
And how much is that contract worth?
Provost, has you been most recently associated with that?
Yeah, actually, our Chief Operating Officer is responsible for that.
You're going to punt this one?
Yeah,
oh
I
God,
don't know the
answer
answer to that question.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. We have paid now circa $50,000 so far this year.
Okay. 750?
50.
50.
Yeah.
Circa 50.
Yeah,
circa
sorry.
50.
You're not
Which explains why I don't know.
You're not the public service, you're the ANU 50, not 750.
No. Please, you've made it my deficit 600 million. Please stop.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for appearing, and good to see the diversity amongst the university. I'd like to ask questions around an incident from the 12th of June where students displayed anti-war artwork and Palestinian flags, which were vandalised and stolen from the Shababik Memorial Gallery, formerly the project space, in a targeted racist attack. Has ANU undertaken any investigations into this incident of racism? And if so, can you please summarise the findings and table any reports?
Grady, can you take this one?
The 12th of June?
This would be so late.
Yeah, it's the first one, I think. So we did an investigation, and it was an in-house investigation to understand what happened to the pieces of work that were presented in the School of Art and Design. And we don't know. We were unable to find why they were taken or why they disappeared. There was no CCTV footage that we could see anything like that, so we don't know what happened. We were unable to ascertain that.
So will the report from the investigation be made public?
We can provide the detailed information that we have, yes, absolutely.
Great, thank you.
We'd be happy to do that in follow-up, Senator.
Thank you. Can I ask why was the initial commitment to reschedule the Palestinian exhibition later rescinded? And what role did higher level management play in overriding the School of Art and Design decision to provide a new exhibition date? Who made that decision?
Senator, I can take that one for you. The original request to hang artwork changed in scope, and what was originally installed had not actually been the thing that had been discussed with the school or its committees, and no request has subsequently been received to rehang anything.
Sorry, could you repeat that last line?
And no request has subsequently been received to rehang things.
To rehang what was there?
Or to hang new things, Senator.
So what was the issue then? Like, I don't understand I'll come back to that. Will ANU honour the commitment made by the School of Art and Design to provide a new exhibition date for these artists who are attempting to build community and solidarity and truth-telling around a genocide?
Senator, to the best of my knowledge, and I will need to take this on notice, there has not been a request made to the School of Art and Design to install new works.
So was there a proposal to rehang at all? Rehang what was there?
Not to the best of my knowledge, Senator.
Not to the best of your knowledge, so no?
Not to the best of my knowledge, Senator.
Does anyone else in your team know that answer?
That's my understanding as well.
Okay. Okay. So I'm told that the students did ask and put this into a media release.
So, Senator, the School of Art and Design has a process by which art can be installed in that space, and to the best of my knowledge to this point, they have not been asked to do that. So the School of Art and Design has a process, Senator.
So what did they propose to hang that wasn't in the initial proposal? So you said that they were going to hang this, but they hung that. So what was wrong with the initial? What was wrong with putting up what they put up?
Senator, as I understand the way the School of Art and Design works, they have a committee to help determine what's installed. That committee has a set of processes. As I understand it and my colleagues understand it, no request has subsequently been made to install any works.
Okay, thank you. ANU on paper has a policy of anti-discrimination, academic freedom and free speech, and Shababa Memorial Gallery, formerly Project Space, is described on ANU's website as a place to support creative outcomes and collaboration. So who made the decision to restrict student artwork that raises legitimate issues that deeply affect Palestinians, First Nations people, black and brown students, and is this in line with the university's own policies?
Thank you for your question, Senator. The School of Art and Design has a committee and a set of policies about how it determines what to hang in its gallery space. That set of policies and procedures sits with the school director and with the head of, as I believe the role is called, gallery coordinator, and that group determines what will be displayed in that space.
But surely they can't be racist, right? Like, surely, like, they have to still adhere to your policy of your university, which is not to discriminate. So do your committees do that, or are they allowed to be racist?
Senator...
Because you're allowed to be racist in some places, right? Like here. Like here.
I'm sorry to hear that's your experience of the Parliament, Senator. At the university...
250 years.
And I'm sorry for that piece too.
Yeah.
We work really hard about our commitments about not tolerating hate and vilification, Senator. And I know the School of Art and Design works hard with its community to have the best possible experiences for its students. And I believe that.
I've got a number of your students coming to me because they've been discriminated against. I don't know how many Aboriginal students you got in there, but it's not many, so you're not doing well there either. Like, I am told you got the lowest bar out of all the universities. Is that right?
For First Nations participation?
Yeah, for our people.
Senator?
On stolen land.
Just the time for 2 more questions after this.
Okay, thanks.
We have a wonderful Jabal Centre at the university, and we have the highest success rate for Australian Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students because they're very well supported.
Australian Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students. Is that what you call them?
That's our Jabal Centre is very welcome, and it's open to many students from all over the place. Auntie Anne, who is...
How many students have you got at ANU, Aboriginal First Peoples of this country? How many?
I'm not sure exactly.
Well, that's my question. You might have a nice little unit with a nice little name, and, you know, we've got prisons that have nice little units with nice little Aboriginal names too. And they're killing our people. So that's lovely, but I want to know how many blackfellas you've got in that university. And as I understand it, it's not many. So if you could take that on notice, that'd be great. I'll ask another question while I've still got time. And sorry to rush it, but, you know, we're only given a few minutes. So the Dean of the College of Arts and Social Sciences, Cass, sent emails claiming that the Shababa exhibition was not an artistic exhibition. It was protest activity and threatened disciplinary action. How does ANU address concerns that its practices and policies foster a culture of white supremacy where racialised students feel their artwork, expressions and political voices are devalued and seen as inherently disruptive?
Senator, I can't speak for my Dean of the College of Arts and Social Sciences, but I know when she wrote that email and when she was addressing her college, they were working through how to create a collaborative community that does value diversity, and I know that the Dean for the College of Arts and Sciences would stand with us in saying that as a university we don't tolerate discrimination or vilification, and she would be very determined about that.
Is your Dean a woman of colour?
My Dean is a woman.
A woman of colour, sorry. Woman of colour? Colour, because there's white women and then there's women of colour.
No, Senator.
And white women are different to women of colour. So I need, like, it helps my understanding to know that this, what are they, a dean?
Dean,
a dean of a university, you know, I think they've got a pretty big pay packet. So that person made a decision based on her whiteness, basically, because that's hurt a lot of your students. That comment is of a white supremacy nature.
Senator,
I have to reject that characterisation.
Sorry, before you answer the question, I'll need to rotate after that answer to Senator Henderson.
Thank you.
Senator, I'd have to reject that characterisation of my Dean's mindset.
Well, can you at least give some, you know, what do you say about all those students who feel discriminated against, violated against?
Senator,
what do you say to those people?
Senator,
do you support them like you support your Dean?
Senator, the leadership team that's sitting before you and my leadership
I know,
team,
and look how diverse it is. It's all white.
Senator, we work hard at the university to...
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening to you all. Thank you very much for being here at this late hour. Professor, I wrote to you in relation to the decision to expel ANU student Beatrice Tucker, who publicly made comments supporting the terrorist organisation Hamas. This has now been reversed on appeal, I understand, by your appeals committee. Ms Tucker has actually openly spoken about this, that she's now back at the university. She won her appeal. Could you explain the basis on which Ms Tucker has been allowed to return to the university?
Senator, you and I have discussed the matter of how we treat disciplinary cases before, and I need to be clear, as I was in my correspondence with you earlier this week, that we don't discuss individual disciplinary cases. I'm happy to talk to you in generalities.
This is Senate estimates, though. So,
Senator, I'm happy to discuss with you in generalities how our processes work.
But in the absence of a public interest immunity claim, I'm asking if you could please address that question. This is a really important question, which
Senator,
goes to the wellbeing and safety of all of your students.
Senator, as a responsible officer for the Australian National University, I'm unable to respond to that question as it will breach the confidentiality of a disciplinary case, and I have a duty of care to my students with upholding privacy laws and acting consistently with what we set down in our disciplinary proceedings.
We will need to consider your answer, and I certainly am concerned that you're not able to provide further information.
Senator, I believe I have a duty of care to all of my students. We have 20,000 of them at the university, and each of them has a right and an expectation that their privacy will be upheld. And I also believe that the parents of those students have a reasonable expectation that we would protect individual students' privacy too.
So putting aside this case, is it now the situation at ANU that students can publicly endorse a terrorist group and there not be any consequences?
Senator, as we have discussed in previous encounters, the university has a code of conduct, we have policies around academic freedom, and we have a disciplinary code. And when students break our code of conduct, we pursue that through our disciplinary proceedings, and we continue to do that.
But we have a situation where a student who is disciplined, expelled from the university, you gave evidence in relation to this matter last time, has now returned to the university. Her appeal has been upheld, and so more broadly I'm asking, is it the case that for students who wish to endorse a terrorist organisation like Hamas, that is now within your acceptable practice, that is now within your code of conduct?
Senator, we have a code of conduct. When there are breaches of it, we will proceed with disciplinary activities.
Is endorsing a terrorist organisation a breach of your code of conduct?
Senator, I'm not going to discuss an individual case, and the reality is
I'm not talking about an individual case.
We have a code of conduct, and that code of conduct will be followed, and we have disciplinary proceedings that we will use.
So does your code of conduct allow or prevent a student from endorsing or supporting publicly a terrorist organisation, Professor? This is a very important question.
Senator, were there to be a breach of our code of conduct, there would be a disciplinary proceeding and it would be investigated individually and it would run through our process.
Professor, I'm asking a very straightforward question. This is a situation which attracted national headlines. Jewish organisations and Jewish students at ANU were incredibly distressed. The university did take strong action, and now, of course, that's been reversed. And so I'm asking, as a broader question, does the university allow students to endorse terrorist organisations under your code of conduct?
I'll let Professor Bell answer the description she wants, but she has answered already that she applies the policy that exists within the university, but I'm not quite sure if I'm not. You're welcome to continue that line of questioning, but I think we're going to get the same answer, and I'm mindful that there are other matters that we want to get to as well. But back to you, Professor Bell. That question that was from Senator Henderson.
Senator Henderson, I will reiterate what I've said. We have a code of conduct. When there are violations of it, we will proceed with disciplinary activities. Our disciplinary proceedings have an appeals mechanism as an administrative process, and that's how it runs.
We're trying to understand what is in the code of conduct. Like, is this a breach of your code of conduct? Not of that case. We're not talking about that case. Is it okay to make statements in support of terrorist organisations?
Senator, our code of conduct and our disciplinary proceedings are general. They're not written for specific terms. The rules deal with harassment and discrimination more broadly, and every matter would be considered on its merits.
So if this is not a breach, because obviously in this case this student returned to the university, what would constitute a breach? I mean, how much support would you have to provide openly to a terrorist organisation before that would be deemed so serious that you would be expelled and not be permitted to return to the university?
Senator, we have a code of conduct. We have disciplinary proceedings. When there is a violation of the code of conduct, we look to our disciplinary proceedings. Every matter is considered on its merits, and the process has an appeal mechanism.
So what was meritorious about this student being permitted to return to the university?
Senator,
can I
won't comment.
Sorry,
on
just before you answer,
case.
Professor Bell, there is within the terms of the Senate regarding how we deal with these sorts of matters of privacy, and particularly there is a previously accepted grounds, but of course subject to context, where there's unreasonable invasion of privacy. So we are skating very close to the wind. Appreciate you asking the question, but there is grounds for that to be taken into account. Going into specifics or implied specifics about a particular individual does, to me, get very close to the wind, if not over the boundaries of an invasion of personal privacy as well.
Professor, are you aware that there are criminal offences in relation to advocating for terrorism offences, and are you aware of the criminal code in relation to those matters?
Senator, I'm aware of the provisions in Australia around hate speech, yes.
I assume that if you, in the context of the criminal code, and I'm not suggesting that exactly the same circumstances applied in the case that I referred to earlier, but it is an offence to counsel, promote, encourage or urge the doing of a terrorist act or the commission of a terrorism offence. If someone was to do that at the university, clearly, prima facie, that's a criminal offence. I assume that would be a breach of your code of conduct?
It has to do with both academic freedom and freedom of speech, and I would actually like to turn to our Dean of the College of Law here.
What that would be a breach of the law if it was found to be so, and that would limit any claim of academic freedom.
Disregarding taking photos, hasn't received approval. We're having photos taken.
Oh, Monica works in my office.
That's okay. It hasn't received approval from the
committee.
Oh,
right, Chair. Could we have approval to take photos?
No.
No.
I'll have to refer it to the committee.
This has also happened in another.
Yeah. It has been raised with me on previous. It has been raised after another occasion. I don't want to discuss it on air. Happy to go in committee if we need to, and even after the hearing.
So just going back to the criminal code and the offences for advocating for terrorism, as you've indicated, obviously there are laws in relation to this. I guess my question is, if someone was to engage in this sort of conduct, would that be a breach of the code of conduct of the university?
The code of conduct of the university would give way to the law, and that would be a matter for legal authorities to pursue.
Thank you. Professor, I just want to ask you, you've responded to a range of questions that the committee furnished through Senator O'Sullivan. The university spent nearly $1 million or close to $1 million on security for your protest encampment. Can you provide any further information in relation to those costs?
Senator, in relation to the correspondence that we received from Senator O'Sullivan earlier this week, we did provide you with a top-level summary of spending around security here over the last year. That spending reflects both providing additional security in the evenings because we had people camping on campus, and for me, I tend to think that I want our students to be safe in all the ways they can be, and ensuring that our students are safe even as they are protesting matters a great deal. And so we had security in the evenings because, as I know you've been on campus, Senator, that walkway through the middle of campus is a quite public space, and so making sure that our students were safe day and night mattered to me.
So approximate cost for the encampment between the 29th of April to the 17th of August 2024, security to be accurate, $843,005, graffiti removal $12,000 and property damage $500. Can you provide, so that was because you were providing round-the-clock security?
Yep, we have 17 entry points to campus, Senator. Again, if you remember it, it's a quite open campus, and so public thoroughfares in lots of different directions. And we have, as you would anticipate, Senator, a number of people who come through that campus who aren't our students or our staff. It's a public way to get across there, and so we also have 7,000 students who live on campus, and so ensuring that everyone was safe during the arc of that protest mattered to me and to my staff.
I was seeking information about your arrangements or agreements with foreign entities or persons. You've come back and indicated that there's about 1,000 of those agreements, so I'm very happy to come back and perhaps narrow the scope of my request.
And we'd be more
but I just note
and we'd be more than happy to provide that for you, Senator, but as you can imagine, 1,000 was a lot and it was a short...
Sure, and it was, you didn't have a lot of lead time, so I totally appreciate that. But I just noticed with your Centre for Arab and Islamic Studies, one of your advisors on the board is a person who is a member or works for the Qatar Foundation. Do you have any arrangement, agreement or understanding with the Qatar Foundation?
So, Senator, case that you refer to as the Centre for Islamic and Arabic Studies, that was founded a long time ago. It's been with the university for some time. The Board of Advisors that you're speaking of is like most Board of Advisors, so it meets occasionally in that particular instance, and the administration of that centre sits inside the College of Arts and Social Sciences, so it sits inside that organisation. The advisory board has met 3 times since 2019, and so our last meeting was in 2023.
Just before we release, just 2 more questions on this and then I'll need to rotate.
And as you can imagine, Senator, because I'm sure you had the same moment we did when we sent you a sign that said, we have a... 1,000 relationships. Part of what we've been doing this year is working out who holds those relationships, how to review them, making sure they have the right terms of reference, and continuing to ensure that we are governing that appropriately has been a large body of work.
I just wanted to go back to my question about the Qatar Foundation. Do you have any agreement, arrangement or memorandum of understanding or any other relationship with the Qatar Foundation?
Senator, in order to give the details, we're going to need to take that on notice.
All right. I did write to you a couple of days about that and asked that question, and I note that there was a blank bit.
Senator, and
so
as I said,
we'll
need to take it on notice. We promise we'll get it to you as quickly as we can.
All right, well, look, I might leave my questions here. Some of the others were asked by other senators, so thank you very much. I'll put the others on notice. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Henderson. Senator Faruqi, if we can be brief, but I appreciate you've got some matters there, and we've got two other
yes,
we're trying
I just
to deal
have a
with
few
before
questions.
10.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The Department of Education figures suggest that ANU's full-time equivalent staffing level in 2023 was 5,214 full-time equivalent. What is the current figure?
That's a very good question, Senator. And the precise figure for today I would need to take on notice, but it is slightly less than it was at the beginning of this year.
Okay, if you could take it on notice,
absolutely.
I'd appreciate that.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to seem vague, Senator. It's one of those ones where people come and there's a lot of movement. So
yes,
precise number, I'm happy to take on notice.
Vice-Chancellor Bell, you sent an email to all university staff last month which asked them to consider foregoing the upcoming 2.5% December pay rise under the ANU Enterprise Agreement to help the ANU make up, I guess, the $250 million in cost cuts. Do you really think it's a reasonable request in a cost of living crisis?
Senator, it was a request I thought about long and hard. One of the things that we have talked about with our community over the last 5 weeks is that every option needs to be on the table to achieve the financial targets that we have. We have continued to look at all the different things we could do in that space, and I thought that we should ask the question. As you will know, we have an enterprise agreement that would see over a 3-year cycle of 18.5% pay increase, and asking people to forego one of them was something I thought I should ask my community.
And Vice-Chancellor Bell, you've stated that you will reduce your own pay packet by 10%. Has that happened?
It has indeed. It took effect in the last pay period.
And what is your current pay?
My current pay is now just slightly over $1 million, Senator.
Sorry, slightly over $1 million.
Yes, ma'am.
And has Chancellor Bishop, Julie Bishop, taken a cut to her annual honorarium?
So, Council is meeting in December. How did it get to be November, Senator? Council is meeting at the beginning of December, and we have slated at that council that we will talk about all of the pieces of how council operates, including its meeting schedules, how it thinks about its various honorariums. So all of those things are on the table too, Senator.
So a reduction in the honorarium is on the table?
Absolutely.
And what is the honorarium at the moment?
The honorarium for the Chancellor is $75,000 per annum, which is the same as it was for her predecessor, Gareth Evans.
And the Chancellor, Julie Bishop, and Partners Consultancy, I understand, has 3 staff, 2 of whom are also listed as staff in the Chancellor's office at ANU as well. Am I right?
So it is absolutely the case, Senator, that the Chancellor has 2 staff members that work with her. That's quite common. Gareth Evans also had full-time support. That helps ensure that not Senator, that helps that my Chancellor is well supported and scaffolded. They're both part-time though, Senator.
Okay, and I'm advised that both these staff work from ANU's Perth office, which has a lease of approximately $15,500 per month.
I believe that is the case, Senator.
ANU staff have reached out to me with concerns that Julie Bishop and her staff could be doing private consultancy work on ANU time and in ANU's office. What measures has ANU put in place to make sure that that doesn't happen, if it is happening or doesn't happen in the future?
Senator, I have no reason to believe that is happening. We are responsible.
So what are the measures to make sure that it isn't happening?
So we have a series of mechanisms around timesheets and reporting and activities that would ensure that that space is being appropriately used. We also use that space for other activities in Western Australia, Senator, when people are present there.
It's also my understanding that, I think this is 2023 figures, but correct me if I'm wrong, that of the $40 million of travel expenses, 11 million or so was business class. So that's a quarter, which only the top executive are allowed to fly. Can you confirm that?
I can certainly confirm that was our travel budget for last year. I can also tell you that we spent a very fierce hour this morning as my senior leadership team talking about what controls we need to put in place on our travel moving forward, and there was a rough agreement in that about foregoing business travel in future.
Okay, and was 2024 similar in terms of the expenses? 40 million and a quarter of that was business?
Senator, I need to take the specifics of that on notice, but the reality is we saw very little travel in the pandemic year. So in 2020 and 2021, we've seen a slow grow back of travel, and for many of our community, travelling is both the way they do their research as well as the way they share their research and spend time with their communities.
So could you provide the 2024 figures on notice, and did you say that you were going to can business travel for staff?
We are debating it and contested it this morning, Senator.
Okay. And no decisions have been made?
We're working through ensuring that as we achieve $150 million worth of savings, Senator, we do it in a deliberative manner and ensuring that we make the right choices for our community in this moment.
So
And the
Mr.
last question?
That was the...
Could I ask one more question? You said two.
Yeah, there was just one of three.
Oh, no, just one question.
Make it quick. I just wanted, Mr. Churchill, you were going to add something in. Did I?
Thank you so much, Chair. Yes, Senator Faruqi, our current forecast for travel in 2024 is a shade over $38 million.
And how much was business?
The most recent batch of analysis we did, it was about 24% of flight-related costs.
Okay, so the same pretty much from quarter of it.
Yeah, but slightly lower amount throughout the year.
Yeah.
I won't get that as a question. I'll just...
So I'll be quick about this. I tabled this report a little bit earlier, but it is a report done by the Australian National Imams Council, which actually does a survey of students, students of an Arab, Palestinian and Muslim background in universities in ACT, about their experiences of the university and experiences of prevalence of discrimination against them, and it's pretty bad for ANU. I'll just read out a couple of statistics. I don't know if you're aware of that report, but it has been published, so I would like you to pay attention to that report. It basically says that 70% of ANU students that were surveyed, out of that 70% of those, expressed discomfort in openly expressing grief regarding Middle Eastern conflicts. Nearly half reported feeling unsafe when wearing cultural or religious attire, such as a hijab or a keffiyeh. Approximately 62.5% of ANU respondents reported a significant or moderate impact on their mental health due to experiences of discrimination or unsafe conditions. And then nearly 70% of ANU respondents perceived university communications and leadership as biased against Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims. So that's pretty scathing for your university. That's why I asked the question, what are you actually doing to provide specific support? So I might just leave it there, but I would like your university to pay attention to that and actually take action on that.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Chair.
Good. Thank you. You will now release the ANU.
We're done?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
I now call Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency, if they could come to the table. No, that's a very quick turnover, but we've got to be out by 10, and we have another agency after the next one.
We could do 11 o'clock, Chair.
You could.
That's all right. I'm happy to stay there. As long as the mic
Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm just going to jump straight in. So it would be of assistance to the committee if you don't have an opening statement, we could actually hand that up and circulate it to the committee, and it can go into Hansard. And if not, I'll then go straight to questions. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr Russell, good evening to you and your colleagues. Apologies for keeping you a bit on the late side. Can I ask about your compliance report? There's been a substantial increase in compliance issues. Can you briefly outline why that's the case, and can you provide a breakdown into the, and you can do that on notice, into the categories of complaints and how, whether you've got concerns about integrity of providers, given you've noted in your 23 compliance report 477 concerns about higher education providers, up from 305 in 2022, a 56% increase.
So there's a lot in that, Senator. We can take that on notice and give you a more detailed answer, or is there a specific question you'd like us to speak to now?
Can you give me a breakdown between different types of providers?
Not on the data that I have in front of me by types of providers, I'm sorry. So we'll take that on notice.
All right. Okay, what about your report? Do you have any more recent data? So I'm looking at the 23 compliance report. Do you have up-to-date data on compliance issues?
Is that 24 report published?
For the 24
we would very
calendar.
nearly have our 2024 report ready. I suspect that that's still under final review, but that should be available shortly.
All right, so if we could have the 24 report, and again the category of complaint, as well as the number of concerns raised in relation to each provider, if you could do that for both the 23 providers and the 24. Have you seen in 2024 a decline in the number of compliance issues? Do you know?
We'll take that on notice and provide that with the further information when that data is ready. We have quality checks to make sure that that data is complete and accurate and properly represented. So as soon as we have that level of confidence, we'll provide that to you.
Your report also notes that you've issued warning letters to 7 unregistered entities. So what was the outcome of those warning letters?
So those warning letters are effectively normally cease and desist letters that, for example, are sent to unregistered entities that are purporting to offer or confer higher education awards. The normal response to those is that they cease that activity.
I also just want to refer to the response that you provided on notice in relation to the letters that were sent out, the warning letters, putting higher education providers on notice as to their financial viability under circumstances when no legislation had passed in relation to the student cap. So thank you very much for providing that apology. What action have you taken to ensure that sort of thing doesn't happen again? And if you could just detail how many of those letters went out and what steps you've taken in response.
Certainly, it was a very small, I'll ask my colleagues to see if they can locate the number. It was a very small number of letters. I think it was under 10, but we will give you the accurate figure. That particular part of the letter was a matter of human error. I won't name the staff person involved, so that matter was reviewed not only with the staff member involved, but more widely with staff to ensure that communication and correspondence with providers on this issue is quite clearly based on the fact that it relates to proposed legislation and not legislation that has been passed. However, all of those providers who received the letter would in any case have triggered inquiries about their financial or other aspects of their compliance with the standards because they had flagged as high-risk providers. We've been monitoring, we monitor various metrics, various activities, various information from multiple agencies, and not infrequently ask providers to give us that sort of information. So the request remained, but we clearly wrote to and contacted all of those providers and explained that the specific reference to the proposed numbers of international students, should the ESOS legislation be passed, was not correct.
Well, thank you very much for that. I think the Chair described it in the last estimates hearing as an own goal, but I actually clearly raised a legitimate concern, and I do appreciate your apology. More broadly, I am really concerned about the number of providers facing catastrophic financial risk as a result of the government's student caps, particularly private providers, because there's been absolute discrimination against the private providers in terms of the caps and the methodology imposed on them. Now, this is not of their doing. These providers have done nothing in terms of running their business to give integrity concerns or other financial risk concerns, other than their business, in some respects, or some cases I should say, is effectively being brought to its knees by the government's student cap. So how can TEXA reasonably regulate providers how can TEXA reasonably regulate providers under circumstances where they've done nothing wrong, other than there's been this brutally discriminatory imposition of a student cap which has fundamentally threatened their business?
Senator, that's a really helpful question to make a point of distinction. So we are required under our Act to regulate with the principles of necessity, risk and proportionality. So monitoring provider risk is an ongoing focus for TEXA in our work. Now, you may recall in my earlier response that each of the providers who had received those letters had received warning letters from the Department of Home Affairs on the basis that there were serious concerns about student visas and their patterns of student recruitment. That is one of the sources of information, of the multi-source information we do to monitor providers at risk. And if I may explain the reason for doing that, it's because providers where there may be issues of financial viability, it's important that we identify what the potential risks are for students and to ensure that providers have in place all of the requirements that exist under the standards, such as teach-out arrangements, support for students, appropriate arrangements to provide student data to us in the event of provider closures. It's important to identify providers at risk, to work out whether any regulatory intervention is necessary to manage that risk and to protect the interests of students.
Dr Russell, we've only got minutes and I'm so sorry to be quick with you, but just to cut to the chase here, the visa rejections were not as a result of the doing of the provider. Ministerial Direction 107 meant that visa rejections went through the roof. So again, I go back to that core question. Under circumstances where the provider has done nothing wrong other than run their business responsibly and carefully, and then suddenly, because of a change of government policy, they're in this horrendous situation, how then can the regulator deal with that situation?
Senator, you'll recall that one of the responsibilities of providers under the threshold standards is to ensure that any agents that act on their behalf in recruiting students are acting ethically and appropriately in that activity. We monitor multiple sources of data, including the data from Home Affairs, to identify where there may be patterns that indicate that that is not the case and that vulnerable students are being put at risk by some aspects of the recruitment or admissions processes of providers.
I don't know that that's addressed my question, because what I'm asking about, suddenly there's a large number of private providers in particular that are now facing catastrophic financial risk. as a result of these dramatically reduced international student caps?
That's a different question, Senator. I'm explaining why those particular providers were the subject of monitoring and information requests from TEXA, that small subgroup of providers.
I did ask a broader question, but I will need to follow up on notice because we are running rapidly out of time.
I'm just mindful we've got 10 minutes, so I won't take. It's up to you whether you want to take another question or not.
Could I ask if we could arrange for an extension of time, Chair?
Yeah, you can ask, but you're not getting it.
Unless Senator Faruqi might agree as well.
10.
I do have questions for ARC.
Well, let's go into committee and have a conversation about it.
Yeah, we might. Just before we go into Chair,
we're going into committee. I've requested we go into committee.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Record. I think that there's back to Senator Henderson.
I'm going to ask my final question and then put the rest on notice because of the time, Dr. Russell. But how many compliance investigations have you undertaken regarding international students, specifically alleged poaching or unethical recruitment practices? There was an article in The Age and the Sydney Morning Herald on the 30th of July 2024 that highlighted an investigation. If you could just indicate what your findings are, and do you have an outcome on that investigation?
Senator Henderson, are you asking about a specific investigation or how many compliance?
How many compliance investigations? And then there was also an article in The Age and the Sydney Morning Herald that highlighted a particular investigation into Torrens University.
Since 2023, when various of the regulatory issues with regard to international student integrity, we've undertaken 10 compliance investigations of some form or another. Assessments, thank you. Wrong language, assessments of some form or another, and yes, where's the university ones? 16. And yes, we are looking into Torrens University. That investigation is still ongoing.
And that's, sorry, I know that was my last question, but that's been going on since 2023, hasn't it, that investigation? So that's been going on for something like 18 months and you still don't have an outcome?
I don't know, before me, I don't know the commencement of that particular matter. But in terms of when we do, yes, in terms of when we do a compliance process, we first of all inquire to see if there is something of substance, and then if there is something of substance, then it goes into a more formal compliance process. So that can take some time, but I don't know the start date.
All right, if you could put the rest on notice in relation to both of those questions, the broad question about the compliance investigations, and then the specific claims and the outcome of your investigation, and then the investigation into Torrens University, please. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks, Senator Henderson. You're excused from the hearing, and thank you for joining us. ARC, if you could come up and join us, would be tremendous. Of course, you could make a short opening statement, but...
10 minutes. It'd be a closing statement.
If you'd like to hand one up, then we could read it.
No,
if you don't make it.
No opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thanks for being helpful. I appreciate it. I'll go straight to Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good evening. Thank you for waiting and your patience. Look, I wanted to refer to the story written by Sarah Ison in The Australian, Absurd Research Gets Taxpayer Millions, and I can table that article. It highlighted a range of research projects of arguably dubious nature, and this, of course, has happened after ministerial discretion for these grants has been removed. Are you aware of this article?
Yes, Senator. I'm aware of it, and we've just been given a copy of it as well.
So I think we're looking at around about $20 million, and some excellent work by Mr Stevens, the member for Sturt, was done in relation to what appears to be some significant waste of taxpayer dollars, including $476,000, which was awarded to the University of Sydney to challenge the protectionist myth that Australia is an island continent girt by sea. So, could you just explain why that research grant would have been approved by ARC? Have you got some issue about the fact that Australia may not be an island?
Thanks, Senator. I think it's a really important question that you've raised, because it goes to the question of public confidence in the funding that we allocate to Australian research. So I think the first point I'd make is there's an incredibly strong indication that the investment that the ARC has been making in public research is paying dividends, and a key source for making that comment is the impact study undertaken by Aysel Allen, which is available on our website.
No, I'm wanting to ask about, because taxpayer dollars are precious. This is the very reason that ministerial discretion over ARC grants is important. Now, there are thousands of grants over many years awarded by the ARC, but when the ARC awards grants like this, I mean, this is very significant taxpayer funding being awarded by the ARC. I mean, there's $3.1 million looking at the role of future human values in developing a path towards technologically supported environmental sustainability. There's I won't go through the list, I have tabled the list, but some $20 million. Now, there's no medical research here, there's no scientific research here. I have no issue with research being done. And if someone wants to... Excuse me, Senator Faruqi.
Obviously you do.
I have no issue if someone wants to research a particular subject matter, whether investigating whether Australia is an island, but I have a very major issue with taxpayer dollars being used for dubious research. So can you explain why the ARC approved a research project into investigating whether Australia was an island?
Senator, perhaps if I could finish.
My answer? I don't want the talking points. I would like you to address this grant, please.
Yes,
because we've got very limited time.
I'm happy to, and I will address your question.
Quickly, we've only got a few minutes, please.
So that study found that over a 20-year period, for every $1 that we invest, there's a return to the Australian public of $3.32. It found that $184 billion in increased
Dr. Johnson,
economic output.
Sorry, so I'm going to have to stop you here. I'm not asking you about the study. I'm asking you about why the ARC awarded this grant and other grants of dubious merit.
And what I'm trying to address, Senator, is through the long-term allocation of funds through our National Competitive Grant Scheme, we have an independent study which has showed the return to the Australian public of that investment. I would refer you to that study.
No, I don't want to ask about the study.
The second point I would make is that...
I'd be interested in that study.
Well,
We will provide that on notice. The second point I'd make is that each allocation of successful research grant has sat under long-standing policy settings where competitive funding is available to all academic disciplines except medical research, because that's covered by NHMRC.
So, Dr Johnson, I'm sorry, it's just because we are so short of time. We've agreed with the Chair literally 10 minutes each. Can you address my specific question? Why was $476,000 awarded to the University of Sydney for a research project examining whether Australia is an island continent girt by sea? I'm asking about that particular project.
Indeed, and the third point I would make is that the ARC employs a competitive process which is based on peer review. We've been doing this for many, many years. Peer review is established best practice. The peer review process identifies those grants which is recommended for funding, and then those recommendations are provided to the Minister of the day.
So it's clear that are you not able to answer my question, or could you take it on notice? Because I'm interested in the merits of this research. There's some $20 million of research that has been questioned. Another grant, $487,000 to the University of Tasmania.
Dr. So that's the question on notice. Would you take it on notice, because it would be
very happy to take
committee and
to take
you'll
that
be able
on
to get a
notice.
fulsome answer.
This is a separate question, but I'm happy to do that. In relation to each of the grants in that article, if you could please provide the basis on which that grant was given, I would be most grateful. More broadly, were you aware of any of these grants, or who was the peer assessors that approved these grants?
I think, to the best that we were able to reconstruct which grants this article was referring to, I think one of them was made in 2021 under the former government, and we think the rest of them were under the current government, but we'd have to take the details of that on notice.
All right, terrific. I have sought in a letter through Senator O'Sullivan a list of relevant assessors or peer reviewers for each grant. You've indicated that you don't provide that publicly, but we are seeking that as a committee, so I'd ask that you provide that information, please.
We're very happy to take that on notice.
All right, so just bearing in mind that the rules of the Senate require documents to be furnished unless there's a public interest immunity claim, or if there's some other basis for declining to answer a question.
Very happy to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you very much. Could you provide a list of grants this year which relate to medical research? Have they all been published?
Sorry, Senator, we actually, there's an interdiction on us funding medical research. That's done by the NHMRC. So we fund all disciplines except medical research.
Okay. The next question, and I'll be very quick. Dr. Randa Abdel Fattah, what's the outcome of your investigation? And this, of course, is the $837,000 grant, which was awarded to Dr. Abdel Fattah after, and then, of course, there's been a lot of controversy about her and whether she was in fact in breach of the guidelines governing her grant. She was the person who went onto the University of Sydney encouraging children to chant Intifada and other slogans in a protest. What's the outcome of your investigation?
Thank you, Senator. I think you'd recall the evidence I gave last time on this matter.
Yes, I do. Yes. You said it was under investigation.
So we've been engaging with the Macquarie University administration. As you know, our contracts are directly with the university, not with the individual.
Yep.
Our understanding was that they were conducting a review of that incident in the context of their own enterprise bargain arrangements. My understanding is that they have brought that to a conclusion, and I spoke to the Deputy Vice-Chancellor just on Monday, so the 4th of November.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a number of direct conversations with the Deputy Vice-Chancellor since April. So I directed my team to write to Macquarie University to seek formal clarification regarding the proper undertaking of research. in line with the requirements of our ARC funding agreements and in the context of the code. They, from memory, I think they followed up my direct conversation with the Deputy Vice-Chancellor on Tuesday, and so we're waiting for formal notification from the university about the outcome of their investigation, whether it has a nexus to the research grant that we provided. That's the key thing for us. Does it have a nexus to the research project? So we're seeking formal clarification from them in writing.
So what advice have you received informally? What advice have you received informally? Has Dr. Randa Abdel Fattah had any adverse finding by the university in relation to her employment?
My understanding is that that is a confidential matter between the university and her under the enterprise bargain agreement, but from our point of view, we need to seek clarification whether there was any conduct that was relevant to the research grant, which we've entered into arrangement. So they're two slightly separate things. So that's why I instructed the team to write to the university to seek formal clarification on the outcome.
And when will you...
If there's any other questions, to put them on notice.
Sure, okay.
Senator
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. On Friday, the 23rd of August, you mistakenly released the outcomes of the Discovery Early Career Researcher Awards via a document on your website. And this was after you informed applicants the outcomes would be given the following Monday. The next day, Saturday, you informed DECRA applicants of their outcomes to provide them with certainty. So this seems to me to be an acknowledgement of the huge confusion that ARC caused young researchers whose careers basically rest on these grants. As far as I'm aware, you have not provided an official acknowledgement or explanation of what happened. Will you do this here, please?
Thanks for the question, Senator. So that matter arose where, from the best that we can understand, a researcher tried a number of URL addresses to see if they could discover on our website a web page that we actually had not published, and then successfully managed to predict what the URL was for the Monday publication of the outcomes. And then it was provided to another Twitter/X account. And
so the URL hadn't gone live?
That account then published the document that was discovered that way. So we actually didn't publish it, so to speak.
But it was on your website? The URL was on your website?
No, it wasn't. The link to the information was not, there was no link, but because we were preparing in the background, so to speak, of the website for the Monday announcement, the person that managed to predict the correct URL managed to kind of get their way into the web.
Yeah, of course, the link, it was there. They can't just predict. If it's not there, they can't look at it, right?
No, they can. We looked into this, how it happened. Yep.
Okay, so how can you make sure that things like that don't happen?
So what we've done is we've separated the preparatory environment, so to speak, where we prepare for our announcements from the actual website, so that it's now fully separate, so that no matter what someone does to try and...
Yeah, that should have happened the first time, to be really honest.
In retrospect, yes. There are a number of things that we did learn from that incident.
I've asked before as well whether you would consider a better process for announcing grants by simply emailing applicants their outcomes with a 2 or 3 day publicity embargo before making them public. It seems to me that would be the way to really reduce chances of mistakes like this that directly affect researchers. So have you given any consideration to a better system?
Yeah, we have, and it's a very helpful suggestion, and we have looked at that. I think the system that we've developed has probably gone past that now, that approach, the embargoed approach. What we've settled on is providing a day or two notification that we're about to make the announcement under the existing settings that still exist, because we're still managing schemes that were in place before the change legislation. We wait for the Minister at the moment to make a final decision, and then we get that conveyed to us, and then we're in position to then sort of let people know that we will be soon announcing it. It's usually within 48 hours. So we think that actually has worked, and we're getting quite strong feedback on that as well. I know there are some other voices that would like to see an embargo, but we think we've settled on quite a good approach.
Well, let's hope so. Researchers have reported that they feel uncomfortable being asked to review grant applications when they have also applied for the same funding scheme. They also perceive a conflict of interest in another fellow applicant reviewing their application. And this seems to directly contravene your conflict of interest confidentiality policy as far as I read the policy. Is it not a conflict of interest, I guess I want to ask you, or a perceived one, for grant applicants to also review applications for the same funding?
Thanks for that question. I might ask Professor Toomey just to work through how it works so that we can provide you the broader context for that.
Yes, thank you for that question, Senator. We currently have a process by which we have a large database of detailed assessors and they are chosen according to the best match for expertise. If they are sent a grant to review, which they feel that they have a conflict of interest in reviewing, they can notify us of that perceived or actual conflict of interest and choose not to review the grant. So if they were not comfortable reviewing a grant in a scheme that they were also an applicant in, they could choose not to do so.
But why do it? Why put them in a position to then refuse it? Why do it?
Because we are looking for the best expert reviewers.
Sure, but if there is a conflict of interest, then that's a bigger problem, right?
They have a choice if they feel like they have a conflict of interest.
I mean, sorry, I don't get this. Why are you putting the onus on them? And I've also heard that often people feel they cannot say no because the ARC could threaten to contact their university and or discontinue the funding for no good reason. I think it's a real mess to put researchers in that position.
There's two different categories of assessors. There's obligated assessors who sign, when their university signs their grant agreement, they are obligated to assess up to 20 applications per year. No other researchers who don't hold funding are obligated to assess, but you will be pleased to know that we are looking at our peer review assessment process and considering some changes.
To the conflict of interest issue?
So your feedback is very valuable and we will take that on board.
Okay, that's really good. I also understand that you are soon to announce the outcomes of the Discovery Project's grant scheme. And again, I'm told, by researchers often how important this scheme is, because it's, I think, the only way that they can fund basic projects aimed at discovery research, like the blue sky kind of research. But last year, you funded fewer discovery projects than ever before. I think it was just 427 from the information I have. And this is less than half the average number funded between, let's say, 2000, I think it is 2002 and 2012, and it has been declining fast since that time. So why are you funding so few discovery projects?
Well, we work within a limited budget and we have a large number of schemes and we have to divide that money between the different schemes. So each year there will be an allocation to a particular scheme for the applications that will be successful there.
Yeah, I mean, understand the research constraints, funding constraints, but this particular scheme has been declining quite rapidly. And why has that happened? Because this is the only type of scheme of its kind, really.
I'm not sure that we'll check the data that you've presented to us, because we actually want to check that, and we'll take that on notice.
If you could check that data and provide me maybe over the last 20 years, what's been happening? Because last question.
Yes. Right. Last but not three questions.
No, last one question. Last one question.
It's taken 5 years.
These 10 questions. Discovery projects are also essentially the only way researchers can hire an early career researcher to investigate new ideas. And almost all discovery project funds are spent on employing, I think, our youngest and brightest researchers, to be honest. That is, the number of discovery projects funded equals the number of early career researchers employed as a result, right? Because basically it's one per funded project. So have you modelled or consulted the research community about the impact of such a strong decline in the number of early career researcher jobs funded by the ARC?
I think hiring postdoctoral researchers on a discovery project grant is one of the uses of money, but it's not the only expense covered under the discovery project scheme. We have other schemes for early career researchers as well. As you know, there's the DECRA scheme, the early career industry fellowships, and we also have early career researchers employed under other schemes such as centres of excellence, industrial transformation research hubs and centres. So we have a number of schemes. This is a particular kind of research, right? The Discovery Project scheme does have an eligibility to employ early career researchers, but it's not the only expense that can be covered there. So the point of the scheme is to fund basic research.
Yes. So my question is...
I knew you were going to get an extra question.
No, I'm just asking the same question again. That wasn't my question. My question was, have you actually modelled or consulted the research community about the impact of the strong decline?
Please
and if you haven't, then I'd encourage you to...
Very quickly. We'll take that bit on notice, but I will note that we went through a very strong consultation with the sector about the policy review of the NCGP, which was an opportunity to talk directly about and to early career researchers, including the way a future potential competitive grant schemes can support early career researchers.
Okay, well, if you could take those questions.
Happy to take that.
Thank you, Chair.
One very quick question. When I hear the word GERT, I always think of that wonderful writer, David Hunt, who wrote a very good funny book called GERT, and he's written three versions of it. I don't know if you've ever read any of them. 3 different. Yep. So that's my little pitch. I remind senators that written questions on notice should be received from senators by close of business on Thursday, the 14th of November 2024. Answers to questions on notice will be required to be returned by close of business on Thursday, the 19th of December 2024. You're excused, and thank you very much. The committee stands adjourned.